Kigezi, and that's where we are. We are at the playgrounds of Kigezi High School. We expect His Excellency the President very soon, as you can see in my background, where he's going to sit as the chief guest for this event. The place is already organized. My name is Michael Jordan Nukumwa, and I'm part of the very big team here to give you the whole event live. Before we start anything, when a district hosts or an area hosts an event like this, we give it a chance to be known, to get some information about it. So we are in Kabale and Kigezi in general. This is an opportunity to talk to them about their place. I have the State Minister for Industry, the Honorable David Bahati, and we are going to talk to him as one of the leaders in the area about what Kabale is all about and the general information about the place that we are in. Honorable, good morning, sir.
Yeah, morning to you. We just welcome everyone here at Kigezi High School Primary Playground, where we are hosting the National Youth Day. This is a celebration of the achievements that we have made for the young people in terms of education, in terms of health, in terms of creation of jobs, and also in terms of the new programs that aim at improving the household income, like parish development model and yoga and youth livelihood. So we are extremely happy to host His Excellency the President here in Kabale district and in the region. We are happy that this is happening in Kabale.
Okay, I was reading about Kabale as a district and Kigezi as a region. So what agriculture is the main economic activity. How much has been done to advance it to higher levels as in terms of government programs and things like that?
Yeah, it is true that agriculture is a backbone, but also Kigezi is known for its tourism potential. It is a home of Lake Bunyonyi, the second deepest lake in Africa. It is a home of Mount Muhabura, one of the beautiful mountains in the world. It's a home of Lake Mutanda. It's a home of mountain gorillas. So it's a strong center for tourism in the country, and also very hard-working people, very honest people. So we are happy that the whole country is focusing on this important day here in Kabale to celebrate the achievements of the movement towards building the base for the youth under the leadership of His Excellency the President.
Honorable, then what could explain the poverty levels in the region with all the richness that you have talked about?
The poverty has been lack of direct interventions. Now that we have direct intervention like the PDM, where we have now invested 7.2 billion for Kabale alone, 42 billion for the region. We think that with this, we should be direct investment will be able to fight the poverty. Thank you.
We thank you so much, Honorable. Yeah, the Honorable Bahati seems to be a little busy. He is among the organizers of the event, so he's part of the team that is welcoming in people, bringing in to take seats and things like that. But like I said, we are here to celebrate the International Youth Day here in Kigezi, and we are going to share a lot of information in as far as the day is concerned, to get to understand what exactly is being celebrated, who are the young people, and what exactly is in store for them. Government of Uganda has always dedicated this day. We are going to know why it was celebrated. It has been chosen to be celebrated on the 17th and not on the 12th, as is supposed to be. So this day was earmarked by ministers of youth that sat in a UN conference in 1998, but it was confirmed in 1999 to be always celebrated every 12th of August. Every 12th of August every year, and here we are to celebrate it on the 17th. People in the Ministry of Gender and Labor and Social Development, under whom the supervision of youth affairs is, will be explained to us why they chose the 17th of August as the day for the celebration of the Youth Day this year. Who are the youth? If we are to get to understand who the young people are, in as far as definition is concerned, this is a socially structured, constructed intermediary phase that stands between childhood and adulthood. In Uganda, that is the age between 18 to 35. According to demographics, Uganda has over 78% of such people in its population. The biggest number of our population are the young people, and the projection is that in 25 years that number will have doubled. So on such days, leaders and other stakeholders take stock of how much has been done to prepare for this group of people that whose number will double, and what is in store for government and other stakeholders to do in as far as preparing for this big group of people is concerned. As we speak right now, there is an arrival here of Her Excellency the Vice President, retired Major Jessica Alupo. She's being received to take her seat. I can see ministers lining up to receive her. Like I said, it is a very colorful event here at Kigeze High School, and we expect His Excellency the President, who will be the chief guest. Yes, Baganda say omugabite yesera. In English, that is charity begins at home. UBC, we are under the Ministry of ICT, and definitely if we get an opportunity, we have to talk to our own. Here is the State Minister for National Guidance and ICT, the Honorable Godfrey Kabyanga. Honorable, good morning.
Morning, how are you, UBC?
We are fine.
Yes.
It is very cold in Kabale. How are you feeling? Give my viewer a picture. They may say I'm just talking as we are known to be talkative as journalists. Give them their view. How cold is Kabale in your view?
Kabale used to be colder than this, but I'm surprised that it's warmer now. But still, it's cold. Mainly for you who come from a little warmer area, but it's a beautiful place and we're enjoying the situation. Yep.
We are here to celebrate the youth, and on such days, stakeholders, government, development partners, you leaders, and the people being celebrated use these days to take stock of what they have done and the way forward. As the Ministry of ICT, we have over 78% of our population young people, and according to statistics, this number will double in 25 years. How much have you done, and what do you have in store for this group that we expect to be in an explosive mode in as far as numbers are concerned?
Actually, this day is being celebrated at the right time, because yesterday we launched the digital transformation roadmap. And in that roadmap, one of the major components is job creation. As you are aware, we are trying to see how we can promote business processing outsourcing, which we think is going to create several jobs for the youth. The policy is ready to be presented to cabinet now, which will guide how we shall move. And as the ICT ministry, you have seen now, like this month, we have reduced internet cost from $70 per megabyte per second to $35. All that is to see how people can hook themselves into the digital world, because what really drives it is the internet. So the cheaper it is, the more people will hook to the digital world and do business digitally. So our sector is one of the sectors the president has identified as a driver for socio-economic transformation. That's commercial, agriculture, industrial services, and ICT. So as much as possible as a sector, we are trying to see how we can improve so that we can create as more jobs as possible.
Like I said, on such days we take stock. Personally, I've attended events at the Ministry of ICT where you were giving out money and things like that to boost works of innovators and people of that line. Yes. This is the opportunity we have to ask you, what achievements have you registered? How successful are these people? If you wasted our money, you tell us as well.
We have not wasted your money. Right now, there are so many systems which are now developed by our youth. We are no longer depending on the outside world to develop systems. There are so many platforms now which have been formed, which are even replacing Facebook, because all of you have been craving for Facebook. But young people have gone into developing platforms which are now being used to replace Facebook. There are so many management systems now which are being developed by our youth here. If you go to education, for instance, there is the education management system. If you go to parish development model, there's the parish model management information system, which has been developed entirely by Ugandans. So for us, really, we are doing well as far as innovation is concerned, and the money we have put in innovation has not gone in vain. If you go to our innovation hub in Nakawa, you will find so many innovations that are coming up. I think as a ministry now, what we are waiting for is to develop them to commercial level. That's what is lacking now. As soon as we get money, we should really commercialize these systems so that we stop relying on imported systems.
As we wind up, on your own as Godfrey Kabyanga, allow me even drop honorable.
Yes.
What would be your message to a young man in Uganda watching you on this day, in as far as having a fruitful life is concerned? As a parent, as somebody who has been a youth sometime, on your own, what would be that message from your heart to a young man if you met him and you have a one-on-one here on our country?
My message to the young people, they should love what they do and they should work hard to achieve what they want to be, and they should avoid external influence that is not productive, because they are now, and as a minister of ICT, they should use social media to develop themselves, but they should also be careful that there is a lot on social media that can mislead them. And lastly, they should know that the future is digital, and digital is the future. So as a young man now, you should ensure you struggle hard to go digital, because everything will be e-services in the near future.
We thank you so much, Honorable.
You're welcome.
His name is the Honorable Godfrey Kwambale Kabyanga. He is the State Minister for National Guidance under the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance. And as you heard, they have a lot as the ministry in as far as the young people are concerned. I was looking at percentages. We are the biggest users of digital platforms and ICT. That is the young people. So really giving him an opportunity to hear from what they have in as far as they are concerned as the Ministry of ICT was very crucial. We shall be talking to other dignitaries whose responsibility is in line with issues to do with the young people, especially in this beautiful country of ours, as the day goes by. Let us give you a glimpse of the entertainment here. We thank you so much for watching UBC TV, and keep it with us. We shall have the whole event live till the end.
Legeza. Can we have a tweet from the band? Band. Meanwhile, there are a number of places of convenience. If you look behind our tents, especially the main
We are still coming to you live from Kigeze High School in Kabale District, where we are bringing you live the national event to celebrate International Youth Day 2023. Like I said, we are going to be talking to technocrats and officials in the Ministry of Gender, under whom the business to do with the young people is, to get to know why the celebrations here in Uganda were shifted to the 17th of August and not the official day that is known, that was officiated and designated in 1998 and confirmed in 1999. It is a colorful event, as you can see on your screen, and any time from now we are expecting His Excellency the President, who is the chief guest today. Now, to tell you a little about Kabale District, the national population, it is a district from the region of Kigezi. It hosts the district headquarters. It was originally part of Kigezi district before the districts of Rukunjiri, Kanungu, Kisoro, Rubanda and Ruchiga were excised and carved off to separate and to form different districts. Kabale is sometimes nicknamed as Kaston. That is in the local language, in a slang kind of language. Yes. The National Population Census and Household Survey of 27th August 2014 enumerated the population of the district at 230,609 people. The Uganda Bureau of Statistics estimated the district population as constituted on the 1st of July 2020 at 248,700 people. Of those, 120 are estimated to be males, and the remaining 128,700 are estimated to be females. It is a home for so many prominent people. You saw me with David Bahati, Amama Mbabazi, Ruhakana Rugunda, Ezra Sruma, Emmanuel Tumusime Mutebile, the late former Governor Bank of Uganda, Shemba Gaine, a politician, Professor George Kanyeihamba, that's the former judge, and so many others. So like I said, the Ministry of Gender is the ministry under whom the issues to do with the young people in this country are concerned. So we want to know, how are they handling the business to do with the young people? I'm going to talk to the permanent secretary of the ministry. His name is Mr. Agre Chibenge, and he's going to tell us a lot. Sir, you're most welcome. You're live on UBC TV.
Yeah, my pleasure, and congratulations to the youth of this country on this commemoration day of the International Youth Day. It's belatedly being celebrated. It should have been last weekend on 12th of August, but it was for good reasons, because Kabale had an equally important function and we didn't want to mix up the events. So that is why we are here today. We are expecting His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda to join. He will officiate as the chief guest. We are happy with the reception we've received in Kabale, and the young people are right to expect that from this point going forward, we have been engaging with them. And 2 days ago, we had a meeting in State House where all representatives of the districts, the district chairpersons and members of the National Youth Council met His Excellency the President. They shared on a number of issues, challenges the youth are facing, issues of employment, issues of economic empowerment. There are programs that government has put in place to support livelihoods, to support participation of the youth within the economy. Programs like the Youth Livelihoods Program, which is being boosted now with the parish development model. Under the parish development model, as you know, 30% of the resources that government is deploying is targeting the young people. But this is in addition to the residual funding under the YLP. I'm calling it residual because the Youth Livelihoods Program has been in existence for almost 10 years. And within the 10 years, youth groups have benefited. The challenge we have, which has been shared, is that of recovery. But understandably, because within that period, we did suffer the COVID pandemic and the lockdown that followed, and that slowed down a lot of work in the economy, not only for the youth.
How big is the gap in the negative in as far as the recovery is concerned? Because yesterday I was reading a story about the same. So you can clear the air. How big is the gap in the negative in as far as the recovery is concerned of the Youth Livelihood Program?
Of course, over time, the resources that have been deployed are up to about 160 billion within that period of time. But what people are looking at as a gap for us is also the fact that within the program, youth are not expected to be paying back immediately. They have a grace period within which they invest these resources and bring back the resources by the third year. And then they can borrow more, and whatever is returned is then again plowed back to the youth groups. So the recovery performance within the youth, I think, is up to about 40% level compared to the women, because the women have also been receiving these funds. Women have done much better, I think close to about 60% in terms of recovery. And all we are doing is to reprogram that recovery with the local authorities, because the local authorities work directly with these young people. And the other challenge, of course, the local authorities had is the resources they also require to keep following up, monitoring the program, their facilitation.
It's something to do with the recovery.
Yeah.
Almost all these programs have faced this setback in as far as recovery is concerned. As the ministry and people that run these programs, in the first place, why is the problem recurring with all other? You mentioned even with the women livelihood arrangement, there is that problem. The Myoga may not be under you, but still the problem was there. What could be that common factor that affects recovery? Yes, you mentioned COVID-19, but some programs have happened even before COVID-19. So what is that common factor, and what kind of drug or solution could you come up with as the ministry, the technical people handling?
I think in the case of the youth, what is coming out clear is the nature of beneficiaries we are dealing with. Youth by their nature, young people still finding their footing in society, still trying to make ends meet, adding up looking at several options. So even when they come together as a group, it's not uncommon to find some jumping out of the communities where they benefited from, looking for employment elsewhere, looking for opportunities, and that has made it a little difficult. I think in the military they talk of trying to hit a moving target. In the case of the young people, they are a moving target, and you have to keep close with them, you have to keep encouraging them, you have to keep educating them and help them grow, because they are growing in responsibility. As they borrow, they are also expected to recognize the fact that when you take resources borrowed, you must invest them wisely. Some of them probably make choices of investment which don't work out. And being a largely agricultural country, the biggest percentage of the investment of these young people is in agriculture-related projects. And you know, with agriculture, which is common now across board, not only youth, but women and all the other beneficiaries of these empowerment funds, there's a lot that still has to be done. The nature of extension services and support they have, the fact that we are largely relying on rain-fed agriculture, crops fail, the choice, rather the seed, quality of seed people use. There are all these kind of challenges that come along. But that in itself does not mean we abandon the effort to work with the communities. On the part of government, I think we have the responsibility to make it work. Yes, continue providing support services, continue with support supervision, monitoring them, providing them guidance, technical guidance and support in time, and see, but also where something is not working, take timely decisions in terms of what the alternatives and options may be. So this cuts across all programs.
Before giving out this money, you are blamed, not you the person, but you the handlers, the technical people that drive these programs. You are blamed of not preparing the beneficiaries with enough information before giving them the money. I find it reflecting in your explanation. What do you think?
The process of identifying the beneficiaries is very elaborate. It involves stakeholders at the community level. It involves identification of what kind of project would work best in the context where they are. There are support services, including training by the relevant people at that level, because we have the experts at local government level who work with these groups, and as I said, who are supposed to continuously follow up, because training is not a one-off. You might give the training before, but in the process of implementation of a project, there are a lot of other challenges that come up. I've been, for example, involved in poultry. I've been trying to do some poultry. And my experience, yes, at a personal level, my experience is that it's one thing to prepare one for a poultry project. It's another when you start the journey now of rearing the birds, taking care of them. There are a lot of other issues that are unforeseen that may come in, and this is where you need these services to be continuous. So government and all the actors that are extending services to the projects, not only of youth, but of the women, of all the other beneficiaries of the government investments within the communities, must have this at the back of their minds. The training, the skilling, the supervision must be continuous until you get people to a point that they are realizing what they expect out of these investments. They are able to break even. You even need to induct them into the culture of saving, because you might realize what you expected, but are they saving it, or are they putting it to other requirements? Exactly. So all this is part of the work that we must continuously do. It's not going to be a one-off. It is something we must be prepared for. Yes.
Now, every year as we celebrate this day, you launch some program or something like that. Is there any initiative 2023? What is it about, and if you could share?
On this particular occasion, we will be launching a UN joint program that targets young people, adolescent youth, in terms of skills, in terms of education, in terms of improving their livelihoods, in terms of how we can deal with contemporary challenges of livelihoods, of climate change, and whatever that the young people are faced with, even challenges of unemployment. So it's a big program where about 13 UN agencies have come together. and are going to work with the ministry responsible for gender, labor and social development. And actually some of these challenges we are talking about are going to be integrated into the training, into the mentoring that will take place under that program, as well as, of course, looking at their responsible growth and development. Youth have a myriad of challenges. Take the young girls in schools. They have their challenges. They need to bring the schools to a level where they are friendly to the children that are in those schools, so that we lessen the conditions that force them to prematurely leave school. So it's a broad program that will be looking at a number of aspects. But also the young people themselves. The youth councils have been in place now. They'll be making 30 years. So they are unveiling a roadmap of what they plan to do within this year up to the next Youth Day, exactly, as they celebrate 30 years of the National Youth Council existence. And then there's also the Afro-Arab Youth Secretariat, where an agreement is being signed. Uganda offered to house that secretariat here. His Excellency the President offered them land. So there's a delegation here from the Afro-Arab Youth Secretariat who will be also signing that agreement. And hopefully in the near future we'll see that secretariat established here.
As Aggrey Chibenge, now not PS, what would be your message to a young man at campus, a fresh graduate, he's now getting out of the door, looking at the world? You had that experience, you have passed through it, you even have people under you whose kind of experience you are watching. I'm now not talking to PS in this small segment. What would be your message to that young man watching you on TV right now?
I think as a young man, I would urge young people not to detach themselves from what happens around them within their immediate societies, within the larger communities. They need to be alive to the challenges of our contemporary times and grow up responsive enough to what these challenges are throwing at them. I know they have parents. I know they are probably at school. The world in which we live requires us to find a good balance between the knowledge that we are getting from our parents, from our elders, from school, and see how to apply it into a successful transition into life. The things people are talking about, they use big words. Climate change. To a young person, it may not make much meaning until you walk out into the world and see that even when you have money to invest in agriculture, the environment is dictating otherwise. And yet when you are being told, you didn't see that relationship. The stability of the communities becomes something of interest even to a young person. And that's where their participation in all matters of social, political, economic, yes, applies to them as well. They should not detach themselves and see themselves simply as children of so-and-so, as students at this level, but they must keep an eye on all the other developments around them.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
His name is Mr. Aggrey Chibenge, and he is the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. We are waiting for His Excellency the President, but as we wait for him, it is an opportunity to hear from the technical people, the leaders, the officials, stakeholders that have the responsibility to handle issues to do with the youth. We are waiting for the State Minister for Youth and Children, Ms. Mateche. We're going to talk to her because there are some issues that she has been handling right in her docket. The issue of young people that are working abroad, especially in the Arab world. The last time we talked, it was Youth Day in Gulu. We talked about it with her. We want to know how much achievement has been made in order to streamline that kind of working area. We talked about issues to do with unemployment. We talked about the security of young people and things like that. Issues to do with early pregnancies and early marriages in our rural parts of the country. Those are the things we're going to talk to her about. But as we continue to wait for her, we shall get to know more information about what exactly the young people in this country, beautiful country of ours, Uganda, are also about. We thank you so much. Gwatulaba ku Star TV, tuli wano ku Kigeze High School e Kabale nga tukutuusako olunaku lw'abavubuka olw'ensi yonna nga Uganda wano werujaguliza omukolo munene ddala, era tulinze President wa Uganda Yoweri Kaguta Museveni atuuke. Wolabira bino nga y'omumyuka we Major Jessica Alupo yatuuse dda waali akalidde. Tulinze President yekka. Parade ennyiriri baazisimbye dda abapoliisi, ndaba abapoliisi n'aba-prisons, era ne bandi ya prisons ne poliisi abagenda okubanga batambuza omukolo okusimba ennyiriri wano n'okukumba mu maaso ga President. So President gwe tulinze okulaba nga omukolo gwera ddala bulungi kuba ye mugenyi omukulu. Twakwogerako n'abakulu ab'enjawulo. Twogedde ne Minisita Kabyanga n'atubulira ebiri mu ICT okutegekera abavubuka. Twogedde ne Ssaabawandiisi oba omutesitesi omukulu mu Ministry ya Gender ngeno yetwala n'ensonga z'abavubuka, nga katugenda kwogera ne Minisita w'eggwanga, State Minister for Youth and Children, that is Miss Mateche. Honorable, you're most welcome. You're live on UBC TV. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
The last time we talked, we were in northern Uganda on this particular day, and we looked at mainly the issue of your young people working abroad, especially in the Arab area, and you shared a number of arrangements that government had through your ministry to see that these people have a conducive that favors their being there. How far? It is a year today.
Thank you so much. The viewers who are seeing us here live from Kabale district. Yes, it is a year now, and we have made different reforms to help especially the girl child that goes for cheyo or to work abroad, especially in the Arab world. We are putting different policies in place. In the first place, we are seeing how we can link the ministry with the embassy, and the ministry, the embassy, and where this lady is going to work. And we are putting and I think it is an interlinked system, so that if a girl is in trouble, she's able to make a call on her phone. Whether she talks or not, we shall know that there is trouble, and our people at the embassy can move in very fast. People in the ministry can move very fast. And of course, we are also seeing a system where no girl should go out without the ministry knowing. We have to have the particulars and where this person is going to work. And I think this is going to help us. And of course, we have also increased the time of training. Before these ladies, these young girls would go for cheyo or to work out, we were training them for 1 week. But we have increased at least to be trained like for two weeks, so that we take them through the different morals, how they should behave when they go there, what is expected of them, because some of them have not done any hotel management, some of them have just come out of school, and they feel they need to go and earn. So there are some things that we need, some basics to know that you're going to go to a place where you'll find a family. How will you relate with this family? You're a girl. How are you going to relate with the husband in the home? Those are some of the morals that we take them through, and also informing them that in case of any trouble, how can you get out of it? We take them through the system to know if there is trouble, do this, not running away. Most of our girls tend to run away, yet they have already signed contracts. And when you sign a contract and just run away, you will lose. And of course, the company that has taken you will also lose, because this person has already paid money for you to be there for a contract of 2 years. So we also have to take them through the whole system so that they know the implication of signing an agreement and how and what will happen if you break the agreement.
Honorable, how much have you done in as far as streamlining the companies that take our sisters and brothers to those places? Because when you hear reports of the people that get problems there, when they notice that something has gone wrong, trying to connect with the company back home, the company either doesn't care, does not respond, or actually does totally nothing. When the body is now brought back after somebody has already died, the company will disappear, they will manipulate things, they will involve some people who will defend them and things like that. As the ministry, how much have you done to streamline the environment of the relationship between these companies and their clients in the protection of the young people?
Okay, thank you so much. We have streamlined the companies in such that we now know the list of companies that are taking these children, and we make sure that even these children get to know that these are the licensed companies. And now it is a law. Of course, they have to put money before you get a license. At first it was 50 million. Now you have to put for us 100 million to allow you to register your license. And this 100 security that you put is to make sure that if the child gets any problem the other side, the company is liable to bring the body, to bring back the person. So that one, we are working on it. And finally, what I know, maybe we are trying to see how we can streamline the days when somebody dies. How many days should we take for the body to reach Uganda? Because their system or their country has different systems, very different from ours. The systems they go through to make sure that the body comes, they normally give us almost a month. And of course our embassy is alerted, the company is alerted, and the company is supposed to bring back the person. So we are trying to see how can we streamline to shorten the time when somebody dies to come back. We are also trying to, they normally call it like a client charter. If I have reported my case, how long should it take for the ministry to respond? How long should the embassy take to respond? So this is one of the issues that we are working on as a ministry.
Honorable, what is the relationship between Uganda and those countries, the formal relationship, the formal international relationship between Uganda and those countries? Because that would be for foreign affairs, but as the Ministry of Gender, because your people end up there and get problems. Have you tried to find out this? Then, how strong and vibrant are our embassies in these countries? Because our girls, you will see somebody dies after complaining, Banange, I have a problem, they are going to kill me. You see, they send videos, voice notes for a week or two or even more. Then suddenly, they indeed die. We don't hear the ministry coming out. We don't hear the embassies say anything. The company has disappeared. What is our relationship with these countries? And
thank you so much. I may not be in position to answer that, but we have a foreign policy, yes, and which foreign policy is supposed to be helping us on that, number one. Secondly, for us as a Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development and charged with labour, we have an MOU with these countries, especially on externalization of labour. So maybe one thing that you have to know, within that MOU, there are very many things that are stipulated, including that how to bring back our people. One of the issues I realized, some of these girls who make noise at times, asking for help, at times they've run away from where they were supposed to work. So now they do not have anywhere to run to, but to make noise so that we are able to go and help them. And of course, as a country, we have come in to go and bring them back. But though, it's also a challenge, because even leaving after breaking the agreement that was originally there, of course you can see somebody has paid his money to take you to work. All of a sudden you have run after 2 months. So they are also human beings like us. Thank you so much.
Honorable, just a second. Just one in a second. There are young ladies there who look up to you. After university, youths, what would be your message? Because you have gone through what they have gone through. What would be your message to a 20-year-old young girl at university looking at now the world where they are going? What would be your message to you as now their big sister?
Thank you so much. I would have even a very big message for them.
Please.
One thing I would request the young ladies who have finished school. One, I want to thank them if they have finished school. The patience they have exhibited in the school and completing should be the same patience they exhibit when they are looking for jobs. And they should not overlook any job. Make sure that they don't sit back home behind their parents saying that now provide everything, but we should also think out of the box and think that if I cannot get a job, how can I employ myself? How can I employ myself to put money in my pocket? Because if these ones who have not gone to school have managed to make money and also create wealth in their pockets, why not us who have gone to school? I think that as my sisters, as my brothers who are outside there, that let's not all look at thinking that we can all get white collar jobs, but we can also think out of the box and see how we can learn different skills which we did not attain in school and make sure that we are able to earn. Thank you.
So much, Honorable. Her name is the Honorable Matache. She is the State Minister for Children and the Youth here in Uganda. Yes, we are at the International Youth Day celebrations. The Uganda chapter is being held here. Excuse me, here in Kabale, and we want to talk to the official from the United Nations Development Program. Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
You are live on the national broadcaster of Uganda, that is Uganda Broadcasting Corporation Television. My name is Michael. Please let Ugandans know your name as we begin.
My name is Elsie Atefa. I'm the resident representative of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, and thanks to UBC for inviting me to say a few words. And happy Youth Day to all the youth of Uganda.
Yes, as the United Nations, you look at the world like in a general picture. What would you say is the state of the young people in the world? Let's take the focus on Africa.
Well, first of all, thank you. I think Africa has the youngest population on earth. I think that's the first thing that is supposed to be highlighted. And I think of the 10 youngest countries in the world, 9 of them are in Africa. And so we have a very youthful population. Most countries have 75% of their population are young people. In terms of the state of the young people, I think young people are doing great things since we are talking about post-COVID recovery and the acceleration of the Sustainable Development Goals. Young people are doing fantastic work, but we need to invest more in them. We need to provide incentives. I think that post-COVID has revealed innovations in unprecedented ways that young people, especially young Ugandan men and women, have been able to bring out, and therefore these are areas that we need to be able to support. So in terms of the state, I think there's a lot more that needs to be done. The challenges are there, while the opportunities are also there.
I want us to break that down. What do you think these countries with the youngest populations have to do? Those specific things you think these countries, Uganda being almost number one, have to do?
Well, I think I would like to connect it back to the subject of conversation in terms of accelerating our work post-COVID and also accelerating the Sustainable Development Goals. What needs to happen? First of all, we need to invest in them, and by that I think we need to provide opportunities. Let me give some examples from what we are doing as the United Nations Development Program, and by extension the United Nations family. Post-COVID, we launched with His Excellency the President what we call the Youth for Business, Innovation and Entrepreneurship Facility. What that facility does is to provide grants to young innovators and also to provide reduced interest rates to those who have businesses, and we are partnering with Stanbic, Absa and many other banks to be able to provide that support. Now what it has shown over the last 2.5 years is that when you invest in young people, they can show proof of concept in terms of the work that they're doing, and some of the 50 startups that we have invested in showing great results. In fact, one of the young people we supported, Akelo Banka, is providing online platform services to farmers, 150,000 of them in the eastern and northern parts of Uganda. So Youth for Business has been very encouraging. The other thing is that trade has become an important part of our conversation today. In the context of Africa, Africa has 1.4 billion people. These are opportunities that we must harness, and that's a market beyond EAC, for example. And in the context of that, how do we help to support young businesses, especially to make them export ready? And in that regard, we are supporting, we have what we call an SME for Trade facility, where we are providing support, export readiness skills, capacity, funding to young people as well. So that's part of the investment that I'm talking about. But the other second thing that I wanted to talk about is for us to encourage and nurture the innovation ecosystem and the startup ecosystem as well. I think that the fact that we have 700,000 young people who are coming out into the market youth looking for jobs, and yet we cannot provide all the jobs to them, means that we have to provide opportunities for them to create their own businesses. And so that becomes very important, and innovation is one of them. What we are doing is that we are providing support, for example, through a number of facilities in the country. We are refurbishing the National ICT Hub. We are doing some work with Makerere University. Even here in Kabale University, we are starting a business incubation center to help create and innovate, to support the innovation ecosystem as well. And then finally, I think we have to provide incentives in many ways, and it takes different forms. It could be that we provide subsidies to businesses. We provide funding that is not too expensive for them to be able to pay back, and incentives can take different forms. So what do we have to do? Invest, yes. Provide incentives, help encourage and strengthen the innovation ecosystem, and then also be able to integrate youth into all our programs, our policies, our financing instruments, and make sure that it's not just something that is we pay lip service to, but something that we actually do in practice.
We thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been
She is an official from the United Nations Development Program, and the cause is the young people. We thank you so much for watching. Watulaba ku Star TV nawe tuongere kwebaza. Waliwo wana akadodi kava mu Uganda Police. Njagala tusooke tukanyumirwe ffenna. Tujja kudda nga tuwogerayo n'omukungu omulala. There is Kadodi here, very fantastically sounding and performed. Let us have a glimpse of it. Thank you so much for watching. We thank you so much for watching. It is UBC TV, and we are coming to you live from Kabale. Now, at this point, I think I have the horse, like they say, the horse mouth. We have talked to all her junior officials. We now have her, and she has 1,000 questions to answer in as far as the young people in this country are concerned for now. Her name is the Honorable Betty Amongi. She's the Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development. As UBC, we are so happy to have you, Honorable, live here in Kabale.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, good morning to all the viewers out there.
Yes, I have talked to the PS about the news about some problems with the Youth Livelihood Program. He gave us the technical view. Can you throw more light? Because there was news just a few days to the celebration today that the fund had problems. I'll not go in the details. Let's start with that. Just throw some more light.
The Youth Livelihood Program, which has been running for some time, was meant to be merged under PDM. When we presented before Cabinet, His Excellency the President and the ministers accepted to allow the ministry use the recovered fund and redeploy it back to the Youth Livelihood Program. So far, the meeting which we held in State House on Wednesday, the districts and all the 4 regions gave their reports as political leaders who are supposed to ensure that the money are recovered. The concerns were that people do not usually refund the money. Some youth transfer to fear payment of the money back, but in the assessment that were given by the regional representative in State House, a number of them have recommitted themselves as leaders from the districts to continue with the collection, recovery, monitoring, and they also have now confirmed that many more youth have started paying back the money that was borrowed. So the recovery rate now is good. The commitment by the leaders before us as the ministers and HE, the President, has rejuvenated our resolve in ensuring that maybe in the next financial year we can increase the amount. Okay. Yes.
Honorable, the rates of early child pregnancies, early marriages in the rural Uganda are going high every other day. Am I right in the first place?
Yes, you are.
What is the problem, and as the ministry on such days, this is when we have to ask you what kind of actions you are taking to curb this problem?
We have, because of the COVID-19, a number of youth, majorly the female youth, because of the closed situation and the lockdown, the teenage pregnancy increase. But also because a number of them who were P5 onwards, at the age of maybe 12 onwards, for 2 years they could not study. Most of them ended up thinking that they are now too old as girls to continue. So at the moment, we had at least a 40% increase in teenage pregnancy. However, as a ministry, we worked together with the Minister of Education, the First Lady. We took a policy paper in a cabinet, and we allowed that, number one, those girls would be permitted to do their examinations, those who were already in primary 7. Number two, we also agreed that for those who have produced, they can look after the child for 6 months and will be allowed to continue to study. But in the 6 months, we also have partnered with NGOs who can undertake their studies with them at home. And also for those who would want to undertake studies after maybe 2 or 3 months, that policy also permits them, so long as you don't go with your child in school. So that policy has enabled most of the girls to join and go back to study. However, we also have the problem where most of the girls decided to completely not go to formal education and undertake informal training, like in tailoring and other skills. We have now joined hands with the Presidential Skilling Center, the BTVET, which is under Ministry of Education, and our own skilling programs to support them with the tools. And we are going to roll out, because most of them are being skilled, but they do not have tools to start their businesses. So we are going to roll out the program of provision of tools to those who have been trained, but also roll out the training. In cabinet, we agreed that under the skilling program, we need to increase the number and the partners. The boys, of course, also there are those who have dropped out, and at the moment they're also into other skilling programs. So our focus now is that there are many youth, because of the effect of COVID-19, who have dropped out. They are not in training, they are not in employment, they are also not in school. So we are now designing a program to, first of all, encourage those who can go into agriculture to benefit under the parish development model, which has reserved 300 billion for youth throughout the country. That is a substantial amount where youth can access at the level of parishes. Then today we are launching also a program with UN Family, represented by UNFPA, which is going to support youth in skilling, livelihood, and capital to support them, especially those out of jobs. So our focus now is that there are so many women and men and boys who are not in employment. We need to support them to get livelihood, and that is the focus as we recover from the COVID-19.
Honorable, my last one from you is big. How successful are your programs as government in general, then the Ministry of Gender, in the rural Uganda? Because we are in Kabale. I was reading about Kabale, and the leader interviewed confirmed, yes, poverty is still high, early pregnancies, very high. You go to the east, they will tell you the same. I've been to the north on different occasions. When you talk to the leaders, they cry about the same. Poverty, early pregnancy, things like that. How successful are your programs as government and now the Ministry of Gender in the rural Uganda?
In the rural Uganda, our social action program are quite successful with those who access it. If you look at the exhibition in that tent, those exhibitions are by youth. They are innovation of youth that has been undertaken through the social program in partnership with the Ministry of Gender. The only difficulties that has been outstanding is the amount of money that has been allocated to support the program, because there are so many economic activities that has to be undertaken by government, including provision of infrastructure. The social sector program is not so much well funded. So not everybody will access it. That's why the NGOs come to support and other agencies come to support. But also it's important that at individual level, we come as youth to ensure that we initiate our own program to get out of poverty.
My very last one. I want a message from you, not even honorable, but as Betty Amongi. There is a young girl at Makerere, Chambogo, who is about to face the world. Like one day you left university and came to face the world. You had your experience. What would be your message as we celebrate Youth Day to those younger girls there, their big sister?
I want to advise the youth that you cannot start big. If you decide to be too ambitious and want to start big, you cannot succeed. Start with volunteering. Accept to volunteer even if there is no money, because most people will want your experience. They will ask you, what have you done before? So do internship, do volunteering, even if it's in a community-based organization. That is important to give you the experience that is required in the job market. Number two, go to your district, the chief administrative officers, the CDOs, try to get information related to livelihood programs. Most of the youth are seated, they don't know the programs that are available for them, they don't know what banks are offering to support them, so they don't know and have no information. Please go around, ask, seek information so that you are able to access and get all the programs that are in the private sector and with government.
Honorable, we thank you so much. Her name is the Honorable Betty Amongi. She is the Minister for Gender, Labor and Social Development, and that's the ministry that handles the young people as well. There are people that we have not heard from, and that is the Youth Council. I have the General Secretary here. We are going to hear from him briefly. Please come a little closer. You are very smart in the first.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
Very, very smart.
Thank you very much.
Okay, your name once again?
My name is Wilson Otto.
Wilson Otto, you are the General Secretary of the Youth Council. What is your role as the council with all the challenges that we see the young people in Uganda facing?
Our role as the National Youth Council is first of all to mobilize the youth of this country on all things that benefit them. Like in Uganda today, we have the YLP, the M-Yoga, the PDM, and the several other private sector programs that has come. And our role as the National Youth Council is to participate in their mobilization and ensure that they participate, they gain, and contribute to the development of the economy. The next is to protect them. Our role as the National Youth Council is to protect any youth from any form of manipulation, whether it be from an individual, from government, from whatsoever form, whether it be in the economic sector, in businesses, or anything, as long as we recognize that there's an element of manipulation. It is our role to come up and speak for them. And then the other role as the National Youth Council is, of course, advocacy on issues for the young people.
On that very ground, we have young people hit hard by poverty. And the government programs, I've talked to the ministers and the PS, have challenges, meaning a good number of young people do not access these programs as government targets them. How much have you done? Yes, you say you mobilize them, but how much do you do to bridge the gap to ensure that whoever has to take a mango from government, a piece of banana, has actually acquired it?
I have to take a case scenario. For example, the current running PDM. We have had scenarios of parishes that had wrong representations. Actually, this is what we call manipulation, because you find the LC2 and the parish chief picks people of their interest to represent the youth, and yet we have the elected youth leaders who are by PDM role are supposed to be members of the PDC. So in such a scenario, our role as leaders of the National Youth Council is to inform government that what is happening on ground is not favoring the young people of this country. If you don't include them in the planning processes, you let them miss out, because they are the ones that mobilize their colleagues and stay with them all the time. So if you include them in the committees, you have caused a problem. So when we identify another one, like maybe YLP or any other project, our role is to engage Parliament and engage Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Finance, and all related ministries, and ensure they are on board to support the young people.
Let me give you an example. We come a little close. Every time we come for these celebrations, in your speech, there will be a request from the president for our land as the Youth Council. You promised us some money. Your Excellency, you had to meet us. Things like that. And people don't get to hear exactly that effort of pushing for the constituency of the young people. What do you think? Do you see that as right?
No, I think our address this year is not going to focus on any request.
I'm going to be here listening.
Yes, I'm telling you.
Look for you.
Yeah, exactly. Our major request would be, for example, for government to recapitalize the YLP program. I know that there has been challenges here and there with the former youth that borrowed the money, but now government has brought it back. That all the districts that got, if for example you got 100 billion or 100 million, I say, and you returned 300 million, they give you back the 300 million to support your district. What I want to tell our young people is that let us engage in economic activities that brings us money. Most of us sometimes sit, or the youth sit, and then they think we have employment everywhere. I want to tell our young people that begin to empower yourself to start sustainable businesses for yourselves, because it is only the private sector that can support our population. If we are thinking about government, we only think of empowerment programs that can support us with little capital to allow us start our life.
Is she your fellow leader? Okay, let me also talk to her. Thank you so much. Yes, he is a leader from the National Youth Council, and it is a great opportunity that we're going to talk to one of the female leaders. Good morning, madam.
Good morning.
Your name once again?
Shira Chasimile is my name.
Okay, you are the Secretary General? Sorry?
No, I represent Uganda National Students Association, which is the baby association with NYC.
Okay. So as in that association, what exactly do you do?
For us, we are basically grooming young leaders in school, because Uganda National Students Association is in for the students' welfare and especially leaders. And most of the NYC leaders have gone through UNSA. So there is no difference between UNSA and the National Youth Council.
Okay. On such a day, what is your reflection on the high rates of early pregnancies among the young girls that you represent? For example, you represent young students at the Students' Council. And what would be your view?
Thank you very much for that concern. It has been a concern for us all, and we are trying as we can to go ahead and keep mobilizing these young girls and encouraging them to be patient, because it's really becoming too much that the enrollment we have at Senior 1 for the girls, and by the time they finish the level of Senior 4, about 70% of them have dropped out because of pregnancy, and so we are we are really trying out to our best to empower them, to enlighten them about the reason of them being patient, especially those that are sexually active. Yes.
What does that say about your effort as leaders, and you female leaders actually? What does that say about your effort? Yes, I'm sure your association is not that big, but what does that say about how much mobilization are you doing to pass the message to these young people?
Maybe to put it clear, the association is big because it's countrywide. We know that one of the challenges that the young girls are facing is self-esteem. They want maybe things they cannot talk to their parents, and in search of that, it's how they end up victims of sexual harassment harassment or being introduced to sexual acts when they are still young because they need favors. But we are going ahead explaining to them the reason of them being patient with life, and we believe that in years to come we shall have curbed this very general concern.
We thank you so much. Your name, what's it?
My name is Sheila Chasimile, and I am the coordinator for Uganda National Students Association, Kanungu District, which is part of Kigezi. We neighbor Kabale here. Okay, thank you.
Enjoy the day. We thank you so much. Gwe atulaba ku Star TV tukwebaza. Tuogedde n'abakulembeze bangi ku nsonga ez'enjawulo. Tuogedde ku nsonga z'okuwa abavubuka ssente. Government programs za government ezitatuuka wansi mu byalo, lwaki tezituukayo? Waliwo eya youth livelihood program sente ze batandika okugabira mu ministry ya gender nga ziri mu bank. Tuzogeddeko lwaki sente ezo abazizizaayo tebannaba kuwera, naye baminisita bombi bakinnyonnyodde ne PS waako. Twogedde ku nsonga tabuse ennyenyenye ey'abaana abafiira mu mawanga g'Abawarabu baba bagenza okukolayo emirimu. Twogedde ne minisita naye bagambye balina enteekateeka ze bateekawo nga ministry okulaba nga kino nakyo kinogerewe eddagala. Then tumaliriza n'omukyalo ono ali ku lukiiko olw'abavubuka abasoma nga twogedde ku nsonga ez'enjawulo. Tweyanziza nnyo tweyanzege, katugende mu maaso n'omukolo. We thank you so much for watching, and we are let's have a chat with just one official here from one of the international organizations. Good morning, madam.
Good afternoon.
Oh, it's already afternoon.
Yes.
Wow, I am very busy. I didn't even observe the time. So, what was your view about this day and what it means to the African young people?
So first of all, my name is Mary Otieno. I'm the UNFPA country representative in Uganda, but today I'm here representing the resident coordinator and the entire UN system. So for us this day is a critical day because, as you know, there are 1.9 billion young people in the world, and Uganda's population is as big also. 76% are below 30 years old. So to us, this is a momentous occasion to celebrate the achievements, but also to challenge, all stakeholders in terms of investing in this large population. They are the next human resource that we have, both present and future. But are we investing enough? So those are some of the questions that we need to ask today and see whether we are really investing in the population that matters. I know that the government has put in some resources for them and programs for them, but is it enough? They are 76%, but we have 30% of the PDM, model funds for them. Should it be the reverse? So those are questions that we need to interrogate as governments.
We have to listen to that speech, but just one question. Do you think we are investing enough, especially on your part as civil society, development partners? Do you think you're investing enough?
So for us, we are in support of the government programs. As always, we are the UN, so we are not civil society. So the United Nations has a framework of cooperation in which we support the government, but it's based on resources that we receive from our development partners. So in terms of what we have currently, I don't think we are investing enough. Given the proportion of the population and the monies involved, we are not yet there.
More needs to be done.
More needs to be done.
Thank you so much, Ms. Atieno.
Thank you so much.
All the best. Enjoy the day.
Thank you.
Yes, she's from UNFPA. Now, this is one of the leaders from the area addressing the congregation. Let us take the opportunity to listen to him. We thank you so much for watching.
Providing UPE and universal secondary education. And I want to thank you once again, Honorable Minister, for choosing Kabale to host this great event. Lastly, I would like to say that we have a group which is always neglected as the youth. And this is the primary school level. Much as we provide them with education, much as we provide them with some skills, but we should know that in Uganda, at any one time, we have 8 million youth who are in primary schools. I have always said these are the people who are in one area, structured, they can be easily organized. I am the chairman of Parliamentary Forum on Non-Communicable Diseases, and I belong to the committee.
Go through.
Thank you so much, and what you are most welcome. I hand over to Baba. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Dr. Nicholas Kamara, the area member of Parliament, Kabale Municipality. Your Excellency, Madam Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Ministers present, Member of Parliament, the clergy, ladies and gentlemen, in our respective capacities. Once again, I'm called Shangabashisha Nelsoni, Baba, Tata Akana Keitu, Governor, Kabale District. I want to take this honor to welcome all of you in Kabale, Kigezi, the citizen of Africa. Your Excellency, Madam Vice President, we are proud of you and we are happy to receive you in Kigezi as you are waiting for Commander-in-Chief. We are very happy and we are proud of you. On behalf of the people of Kabale, Kigezi in general, I want to welcome you all in Kigezi, Kabale. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening. I beg you to welcome Commander-in-Chief with maximum vibe. Thank you for listening. May God bless you. Thank you so much.
Gwe abali chairman Baba abwentebe eya katano. Akatugumize muna programu turaza kuba turakoreresa urujungu hamwe no rukiga eishiretenje samwe bare muno.
Ladies and gentlemen, the signs are ripe that His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, is around the corner. The Vice President, the Vice Chairperson, NRM, the Honorable Ministers, and various dignitaries are going to receive His Excellency the President. Meanwhile, as we await the arrival, the band, you can do some background music. Soft, as we await the arrival of His Excellency the President. Mr. Kasaga, wherever you are, please report here.
Very good afternoon to you tuned into UBC TV. We are still coming to you from the playground of Kigezi High School. A few seconds from now, His Excellency the President will be arriving here, and as you can see on your screen, dignitaries have already lined up to welcome him. But the lady with me here is in charge of a Myoga program. Briefly, we hear that that program is being phased out to have the new PDM that is coming in. What are the facts?
My name is Namwenga Rita, the National Coordinator of Myoga program. We are here as young people to celebrate the International Youth Day.
and young people are here. Our theme is to make sure that we recover from COVID. And Emyoga is one of the initiatives that will help young people recover from the impact of COVID. Emyoga is still ongoing. As also PDM is ongoing. Emyoga is an initiative that helps young people in the service industry, the boarders, the carpenters, the market vendors, the produce dealers, the youth leaders, the journalists like you, the veterans. There are 18 enterprises. It helps them, give them capital so that they are able to offer their services and make sure these services bring in more income. So that the income is more than the expenditure, so that there is saving and there is wealth creation. This program is still ongoing, and this financial year, the government, through the wise leadership of the president, added us 100 billion to give young people, so that young people can work, so that young people can earn from their sweat. And we are committed to mobilizing them. Goes to everyone outside there. That goes to everyone outside there. That PDM is agri-led through the value chain of agriculture. It is good. Young people should embrace it. And then Emyoga is also there for services.
Something small. The Youth Livelihood Program, I've talked to the Minister and the PS, has had a setback, not very big according to them, in as far as recovery is concerned.
Yes.
What is the state of affairs in the Emyoga?
For Emyoga, we're doing well, although there are some circles that are dwindling. But with the training and the advocacy and the ownership, these circles have. They own these circles, they have the vigor, because these are going to be their banks at the constituency. So we are training them, we are using stick-carrot methodology to make sure that the recovery is good. And I want to tell you that we are performing well, because the recovery per now is at 68%. So it is very promising. We are continuing. There are sub-regions like here, Greater Kigezi. The recovery is at 78%. In the sub-region we're in now, the recovery is at 78%. There are some areas where the recovery is low, like Karamoja.
What explains the recovery being low?
The recovery being low, Karamoja has been faced with a lot of insurgency created by the cattle rustling. But now that they are settling, we have seen their recovery improving. Yeah, so for us, we're not worried, because there is ownership. People have loved this program, and there is a plea that money should be added. And for us, we are doing a needs assessment to even serve them better, so that these circles perform and meet the target of providing cheap capital to the young people, so that they are entrepreneurs, so that they are innovators.
I want you to clear this as well.
Yes.
Previously, we saw arrests of people who had played around with this money.
Yes.
Was this problem sorted totally? Don't you still have long fingers within the buckets and baskets of Emyoga money?
Yeah, the people who are misusing the Emyoga money, the president directed that Emyoga must work, so there will be an operation to make sure that they are brought to book. However, per now, you see that people have owned. The Emyoga beneficiaries report to us people who are misusing money. Like here in this sub-region, there is already a person in prison for having tampered with money, forging signatures to pick money and impersonating not to be that person. So any person who is thinking that he's going to misuse that money, or any person who is going to make life hard for these Emyoga beneficiaries, especially the young people, we are not going to watch. The long arm of government will get to them. And these cases have reduced because people know their rights.
Okay.
People know that poverty is a vice, it is a problem which must be sorted, and socio-economic transformation must be achieved. So we are working together with the beneficiaries. We are working together with the young people to make sure that we fight poverty through these initiatives.
Your name once again?
My name is Namwenge Rita, the National Coordinator of the Emyoga Program.
Thank you so much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you. Enjoy the youth celebrations. We are rejoicing. We are happy because we are young people, and it is now the generation for the young people. And not by making noise, but making a purpose.
Thank you so much. His Excellency the President is already at the venue, and on your screen you will be having him. Gwatulaba ku Star TV ku ssaawa eno Owekitiibwa President wa Uganda General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni atuuse wano mu kifo era mu ddakiika yonna agenda kuba ayingirawo wano. Tukwebaza nnyo okubeera nti obadde ogoberera okuva gye twatandikidde okutuuka kati emukolo kagutandikire ddala ate mu ngeri esinga okubeera ey'ekitiibwa. To you watching UBC TV, His Excellency the President has arrived, and as you can see on your screen, all arrangements are made to welcome him more, and officially we shall have the anthems and everything. Officials have already lined up here to have him, to usher him into the venue. We have the Vice President, the Chairman, the National Chairman of the NRM Vice Chairperson, that is Haji Moses Chigongo. Please enjoy the event. It's UBC TV, inspiring Uganda.
Chief guest at this year's International Youth Day, His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has reached the celebrations venue. President is being received by Her Excellency the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Vice Chairman NRM, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, the Service Chiefs, and various dignitaries here present. His Excellency, anthems. East African Community Anthem. His Excellency is going to be invited to inspect the parade. The parade commander is moving forward to invite His Excellency to inspect the parade.
Mheshimiwa Rais, parade iliyopo mbele wako ya kusherekewa siku ya vijana wa kimataifa huandaliwa na askari wa kutunza sheria na amri na askari magereza. Mesimama kwa mstari tatu kwa vikundi 17 wako tayari kwa ukaguzi wako, Mheshimiwa Rais.
His Excellency the President now proceeds to inspect the parade. After inspection of the parade, he will also inspect the exhibition stalls before proceeding to his seat. We want to welcome everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, for finding time to be with us.
President alikuza kurambure nyiriri mwenu mwena mwebale kandi musime President kuba nitwe rizoba.
Learning without training leaves a half-baked person. And the government has made a lot of efforts to ensure that our youth are not only learned, but actually trained. In the post-COVID era, government has had a number of interventions. According to Uganda Bureau of Statistics, the size of Uganda's economy expanded from 184 trillion in the financial year between 20 to 22 and from 162.7 trillion financial year 2021-22, representing a growth rate of 5.3% in the real terms from the 4.6% during which was going on during COVID. To build an already remarkable economic progress registered so far, the budget for the financial year 2023-24, which was delivered on June 15, 2023, brought a lot of hope for future economic growth. And this marries better into the 2030 vision. The theme of the budget, as a reminder, was full mobilization of Uganda's economy through commercial agriculture, industrialization, expanding and broadening services, digital transformation, and market access. The key priorities in the budget, especially focusing on the performance of the youth, including boosting household income and micro enterprises, commercializing agriculture, to enhance production and productivity and improve competitiveness of agricultural products, supporting private sector growth, investing in the people of Uganda, improving the stock and quality of infrastructure, and expediting implementation of the strategic interventions in innovation, research and development, and the mineral and the gas industry. We all know agriculture is the backbone of this economy. About 70% of the population is involved in it, and a lot of attention has been given to that. We all know the youth livelihood projects that have been ongoing. Even other programs have indirectly been benefiting the youth, including the parish development models. As the theme reads, the that we are targeting the 2030 agenda. The young people have played a big role in the uptake of available government interventions. The involvement in awareness creation campaign, efforts in tackling issues such as education, poverty reduction, gender equality, security, environmental sustainability, entrepreneurship, innovations and technology steadily contributes to the attainment of the 2030 agenda for sustainable development goals. The manifestation is in the integration of the sustainable development goals into the local projects and initiatives, and more especially focusing on the youth. There are different structures under which young people exercise their roles in the national development. The youth councils, the youth representation at Parliament of Uganda, the Uganda National Students Association, the youth networks, International Youth Day commemoration is held annually to celebrate these achievements and others, and have a prioritization of youth issues for the year ahead. The Commonwealth Youth Forum is convened every 3 years for young people to build connections across the countries and form linkages, develop initiatives led by young people. So far, the President is witnessing for himself the innovations displayed by the exhibitors, having concluded the inspection of the parade, and from there then he will inspect the bands and then proceed to his seat. But like I said initially, please have time, check on the exhibitions. Learning never stops. You could repeat something for yourself. As I've been saying, we have more platforms that are available for youth with opportunities to participate in the political governance, economic and social development, and therefore they marry into the main theme of targeting Agenda 2030.
Naomba kuendelea na gwaride, Mheshimiwa Rais.
His Excellency is now in inspections. But apparently there is one of the tents, a part of the tents that required more time, and for that matter is to witness for himself how much advancement the youth, especially of Kigezi and Uganda, have gone in advancing technology in advancing in innovations. I hereby invite my colleague Honorable Nyangolo Luchiga to explain a few things of what is going on.
Yanga aliyo alikurambura emyeso ningashi ebintu bimwe ebyebinyete basize kubera kora umwebezi w'Iyanga alikurambura umweso kandi ashagatirwe Vice President ningashi omuhwezi w'umwebezi w'Iyanga ashagatirwe na ba minister Honorable Minister David Bahati, Kadari NRM Chairperson wa Kabale, Abwena State Minister for Industry. Bantuwe, omwebembezi w'Iyanga ali kureba ebintu ebikozirwe, ebimwe aribyo byo bintu eby'abaana bintu bakozire kandi kwaramale ku rugamwereso araza kugumiza amarashitama omwebembezi w'Iyanga ali kurambura omwereso mundikirize nyakire eminyeto yona nyakire eminyeto ya Kabale eyarugaheru y'ekitawuni twakire eminyeto ya Rukiga eminyeto yaruga Rubanda abaruga Kanungu Rukungiri n'abaruga Kisoro ti mwebare kwisho kandi tugumize muturakira hamwe n'ababona abije abasherekeza eminyeto turamanya bwa Kabale district twineho obwebembezi bwa movement buri hanuya twineho ba sub-county chairpersons twineho LCC chairpersons nabo bija basherekeza eminyeto ariko ku mukoro twineho district councillors na sub-county councillors nabo bija basherekeza eminyeto arunaku rwo kujaguza eminyeto mu Uganda twineho abebembezi b'amadini nabo bari hano ba reverends n'aba pastors hamwe n'abafaza twine eminyeto eya Youth League ningashi eminyeto erebembera mu kibina munda mu movement erebembirwe chairman w'eminyeto abwa Kabale Sheikh Kasim Kamutisha kandi ariwe RCC Wanagawa Division na vice weye Pamela bona bali hanuya kandi iza kushemererwa n'eminyeto webale.
For information, our parade commander today is Superintendent of Police at Kwase Alex, and he happens to be a flight captain from the police air wing. The parade trainee is Assistant Superintendent of Police Kazungu Betty. The parade adjutant is Assistant Superintendent of Prisons Nabayunga Rosemel, and the parade RCM is Sergeant Oram Patrick.
Yes.
I request that we all rise to receive His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda. Excellency, you are welcome.
Welcome you. Allow me, Your Excellency, to welcome you here and to invite the religious leaders, Bishop Gadi Akanjuna of the Diocese of Kigezi and the Chief Kadi Kabale, Mr. Kaddu, to come and lead us in a word of prayer. Lead us in a word of prayer, to ask for blessings of God and to guide us and to guide His Excellency the President through his leadership. We want to thank you, Your Excellency, for having found time to come. Bishop.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, we welcome you to Kigezi region and particularly to Kigezi grounds that are found at Kigezi High School. Before I pray, Your Excellency, I have a document that I have written and Irene will hand it over to you. But we welcome you heartily. Thank you for honoring Kigezi to come and witness this function. Let us pray. Father, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, we thank you for this day, the day that you set aside for Kigezi. Thank you for the journey mercies that you have granted to us, particularly to His Excellency that has come to officiate this function. For the youth, thank you for the youth of Uganda, and thank you for the heart of the President. His coming today marks a lot, and we shall not remain the same. We call upon your guidance, dear Lord, as we gather together, as we celebrate this day, this great day in Kigezi and in Uganda. May you show your presence, dear Lord. May you give us your Holy Spirit to guide us as we celebrate this day, so that you will bring glory to your name, control every other activity that is going to take place, so that, dear Lord, you'll always be with us. And at the end of it all, the glory belongs to you. Be with us, dear Lord, and continue to be with us. Those who have activities, may you breathe through them so that they perform according to your will. Through Jesus Christ, I've been able to pray.
Amen. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, most merciful. Praise is to Him, the Lord of the worlds, most gracious, most merciful. Master of the day of judgment. You alone we worship, and you alone we seek for help. Guide us, O Lord, on the right path. Lord, we thank you for His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda. We thank you for the First Lady, the Vice President, and all other leaders at the different levels. Lord, we thank you for the guidance you gave to the Parliament of Uganda during the enactment of the anti-homosexuality bill and the subsequent signing by His Excellency the President. Almighty Allah, bless our President as he leads us, grant him good health, and may you answer his prayers. Bless the youth, the children, and the parents of this country. Grant us security. In thy name we pray. Thank you.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, parade will do a march past, both in slow and quick time. And with your permission, sir, I invite the parade commander take post.
Parade! Kwa mwenda Paul, Saxon, Pere, Tembe. Here. Yes. Sira begane wik. Parley. Why not another some stall? So cold. Mr. Dangerous. Legacy.
Mureke tutere engaro z'amani twebaze aba parade. Tere engaro z'amani. Aba parade mwebare munonga. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, ogoli kugambira mu misho gawe ni Tadeo Taremwa, Chairman w'Eminyeto habwa Kabale. Kandi Your Excellency, Keminyeto ya Kabale haronko kutwetegwire kukwakira And with your permission, sir, Your Excellency, allow me to let you know that we have two groups to entertain you. And Your Excellency, with your permission, I would like to invite Bishop Asili to give you some entertainment. Thank you.
After the COVID-19 pandemic.
mwebale munonga ba Bishop Asiri, mwebale kandi abantu muterera abijukuru ba His Excellency mu ngaro. His Excellency aba barga bijukuru bawe ba Bishop Asiri, kandi ndagira ngo rareba mama umurimo gwari gukora mu kitongore cyo bwegese kuno gwamani ngwenu wayikayo nawe omutsimire Your Excellency. Your Excellency no rusarwa orundi reka nyakire abakigeze high school nabo bakwereke ngo abijukuru bawe tucina amani.
Everybody, congratulations! Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen! Upon celebration of the youth of Uganda, you are warmly welcome to the sweetest land of Africa. Feel at home, relax, and enjoy the weather. As we think about our recovery from COVID-19, we lost our dear ones, lockdown strained us, work became stunted, but we survived. Vaccination against the virus, preventive measures taken, treatment, care, SOPs observed, a surety to all youth, the old and the young, for prolonged health, health for wealth, wealth for all, agenda achieved by 2030.
As we think about our recovery from COVID-19, let the challenge rise in our hearts. Yes, we are recovering from the effects of the pandemic, but what's the way forward for our future? Let our hearts plan as our minds think and our hands work to achieve the Vision 2040. Food production, how can we increase it? Yes, resources we have, but how can we harness utilization? Let families work together, helping one another. Let there be no time to waste at all. Let us produce, let us process, let us add value and boost our trade. Hey everyone, it's high time we rally behind our president, His Excellency Tibuhaburwa Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. We, the youth, are getting ready. So, when in relay receive the baton, we shall have politically matured for a peaceful transition, sustainable leadership, safeguarded leadership, and streamlined leadership. For God and my country, I serve.
Away. commercial farming,
industrialization,
service delivery,
for market access,
above it all,
digital transformation,
remarkable progress,
we have to maintain
commercial farming,
industrialization,
service delivery,
for market access,
above it all,
digital transformation.
Now youth of Uganda, we have a lot to play to move ahead and hold the blessing of Allah. So no more time to wait, we use our brains and hearts to be what we should be by 2030.
We will do it through the youth council, the youth network, the youth parliament, and Concord Voices Forum. We will do it through Uganda National Students Association. Let's aim to learn successfully.
The youth of Uganda, we have a lot to play to move ahead and hold the blessing of Allah. So no more time to wait, we use our brains and hearts to be what we should be by 2030.
Hey, 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 she gets in high school. Oh, 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 she gets in high school. Hey, 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 I serve. Oh, 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 I serve.
mwebare aba Kigezi High School, mwebare munonga kandi Your Excellency, Kigezi High School n'isomero ry'amani na Honorable David Bahati niyo yayejeire. Your Excellency, erizoba twakweshongorera turakuraganisa nko ryagaruka turyakuzinira. Your Excellency, as we proceed according to program and with your permission, I request to invite on behalf of the youth of Uganda, the chairperson of the National Youth Council of Uganda, to speak to Your Excellency. Your Excellency, as the chairperson of the youth arrives, would like to inform you that as youth of Kabale and Kigezi, we thank you so much for what you've done for the youth. But this time around, we also request you to provide us with an ICT hub so that we can improve the ICT literacy among the youth. And therefore, in addition to that, Your Excellency, we have developed a concept which I will be giving to you later about digital literacy in Kigezi, where we are targeting the youth in the informal sector. They are uneducated, and we shall be moving. This is to prevent our youth from digital fraudsters, abusers, and Ponzi schemes. Your Excellency, with your permission, if you will grant, I will bring this concept to your office at a later date, and I hope you will communicate about this. Thank you, Your Excellency, in representing the youth of Uganda, the chairman of the National Youth Council, the formidable, unspeakable in Jacob Ayer.
Your Excellency, I'd like to invite the members of the National Executive here present to join us. For those that are there, please join us. Your Excellency, we got an emergency with one of the members from Karamoja. They had never experienced Kabale. So when they arrived one night, I think the fresh air was different. So they struggled a bit, and they had an emergency. So a section of our membership went to help him. Your Excellency, the President, the Vice President, the Vice Chairperson of the NRM, the Cabinet Ministers present, the ministers of state, the members of parliament here present, the representatives of the different development partners, and by that I know that there are various resident representatives of different UN agencies here, the members of the National Youth Council here present, ladies and gentlemen, banakabare mwena mwebale okutwakira. Your Excellency, the theme for this day is taken from a national perspective. The international theme for the International Youth Day 2023 is Green Skills for Youth Towards a Sustainable World. But the theme for Uganda is context specific. It is accelerating recovery from COVID-19 and full implementation of the 2030 agenda, the role of the youth. Your Excellency, to speak about the role of the youth, I need to just identify for you the people we have gathered here. I have the pleasure to notify you of the presence of the Uganda National Students Association National Executive, led by the President. Where are you? Please wave to His Excellency. Your Excellency, this is a special celebration. The National Youth Council, along with partners, created a multi-party youth forum to agree between youth leaders in political parties on things that cannot separate the agenda of development in Uganda. And today, for the first time ever, we have the leaders of opposition political party youth wings here. We have the chairperson of the youth wing of the JEMA party. Please wave to the President. He's seated very far on the other side. We have the chairperson of the Youth League of the Democratic Party, Mr. Ishmael Kiria. Please wave to the President. We have the chairperson of the Youth League of the People's Progressive Party. Please wave to the President. Your Excellency, we have representation of Comrade Gaddafi Nasuru, who couldn't be with us. He sent Mr. Kasumba to represent him as the chairperson of the NRM Youth League. Mr. Kasumba, please wave to the President. He's not very gifted in height, so you might not see him easily. Your Excellency, we have the representative of the chairperson of the UPC Party Youth League here. Faizo, please wave to the President. I don't know where he's seated. Okay, I see UPC has 2 people. And FDC, are they here? All right. Your Excellency, we are still convincing NUP to be joining these events because it's important for us to agree on certain things of national development. The young people that have just sung here from the primary school have finished my speech. They said the youth are the engine. The children sang while the youth sat and the youth leaders sat and told us that the youth are the engine. Your Excellency, in every country's development, we believe that the most productive labor force is the energetic, but not just energetic, ideologically consistent labor force. And in that regard, Your Excellency, we need to appreciate you for some of the things that have been started. Number one, you met the leadership of the district youth councils yesterday at State House. And I want to thank you for the historic meeting that has never happened of hosting all district youth chairpersons and imparting in them an ideological message. But Your Excellency, those are very few of what we need to impart into. There are 2 solutions. Number one, I suggest, Your Excellency, that you continue into a national program to meet youth leaders at regional level with the message that you gave us yesterday for the youth to appreciate their responsibility in wealth creation. Youth counselors, there are student leaders, there are other district leaders who are not chairpersons and they all want to listen and interact with the president. So a national program on regional basis, we can always manufacture an arrangement and proceed with it for those to all attend. Your Excellency, the youth population also requires to always be a serving population patriotically. With the Multi-Party Youth Forum, we agreed that the idea of a national youth service scheme must not be abandoned. I thank you for the Chankwanzi retreats. We see so many of them, and now we see so many government agencies taking staff there. But that starts from the fact that the staff were never there. They have never gone through ideological nurturing and ideological training. We believe that for someone to get educated in our education system, they must also be educated in patriotic reasoning before they can join public service. And in line with that belief, we believe that it is important for us to have the National Youth Service Scheme as a prerequisite to public service. People that enter public office to serve Ugandans should have been trained in patriotic discipline and ideology. Sometimes the army that guides the training at Chankwanzi does a very good job in instilling in the memory of these young people what it means to serve your country, and that should not be a preserve of people that are already in service. It should be a nurturing ground for anyone who should be recruited in public service. Your Excellency, I want to bring to you a couple of issues from the youth population. I want to start by notifying you of the work we have been doing. With the help of UNFPA, we have been engaging on the issue of teenage pregnancy. The engagement has been so serious that we have so far moved across 7 of the sub-regions of the country in the first half of the year, and we intend to do at least 14. These engagements are to talk to youth about the dangers of having early pregnancies. But more than that, the mistake of losing out on education, the dropout rate of the girl child is driven by the teenage pregnancy. And we think that as the youth leadership, we must have the engine voice that they have been singing about here to make sure that has been addressed. And I want to thank UNFPA for that support. Your Excellency, I must report to you about UNDP. UNDP has supported the National Youth Council and is continuing to support us with achieving and participating in NDP 3 and the upcoming NDP 4. Madam Elsie Atafwa, the resident representative, is here. UNDP is funding a program to help us with engagement of PDM. Many of the youth leaders at the parish level have never been oriented. Many of them have never participated in programming because there is no educational requirement for membership in the National Youth Council. But with this support, we are able to take to them the message of commercializing agriculture on the 4-acre model. We are able to take to them the training that they require for the many things to participate well on PDM committees. So I want to thank UNDP for the many things we are doing with them and for the support they are going to offer us. Your Excellency, I cannot stop without thanking the Minister for ICT, Honorable Baryomonsi. He announced last week that government has cut the cost of internet from $70 to $35 per megabit per second. I want to thank Your Excellency because this is a strategic decision of government for the future of e-commerce in Uganda. Many of the companies that now own the largest share of resources in the globe, the biggest, the $1 trillion companies, are companies that are working on tech services. And Your Excellency, you've been preaching about the BPO business. You've been preaching about ICT as a driving force and area for job creation. We believe that this strategic decision is going to help us a great deal in ensuring that the young people who are the internet generation can do business in the amorphous market of the online market. Your Excellency, I will now bring to you a couple of issues still disturbing us. Firstly, we watched for a long time the complaints of medical interns. They came to our offices so many times, disturbed the peace of so many offices, and eventually with your guidance, they were able to get deployed. But Your Excellency, it is a recurring problem that we do not want to always deal with. I want to encourage government, Your Excellency, to find a lasting solution to that problem, because they keep disturbing us to talk about the same thing every year of medical intern deployment. If we can have a program that deploys them early at an affordable fee for government, because it's internship that they require as a prerequisite for them to have a practicing certificate, that would be solved. The other issue is the issue of the students' loan scheme. Your Excellency, government under the NRM leadership has educated such a great number of young people. The UPE program reduced the dropout rate from primary school by over 50% of its initial value. But those that continued struggled with secondary education. The NRM government brought in the universal secondary education. Those that went there were encouraged to ensure that they are serious in school because they are studying out of poverty, out of the mercy of government and the responsibility of government to provide education. When they finished, government now started a program of the students' loan scheme. This year, unfortunately,
Go through. Go Panam. Where
this year, unfortunately, Your Excellency, that program was not funded. We believe that the students' loan scheme goes a long way in helping us eradicate both the small level of access we have to higher education, but also the issue of job creation. Over 13,000 young people have so far been educated under the students' loan scheme, with a prioritization of the science disciplines. Your Excellency, the requirement is that after you study, you begin paying back after 1 year. There is a grace period. When someone has studied on loan, this is a system that educated presidents like Barack Obama, presidents across the globe. Even Mwalimu Nyerere studied in Makerere for free, but it was because someone was loaning the education. Your Excellency, this creates the mindset that the young person cannot go and not find creative ways to make money and pay back their loan. So we believe that the facilitation of the students' loan scheme will go a long way to creating active minds among young people to be able to create jobs. Your Excellency, the issue of the Youth Livelihood Program. I want to thank the members of Cabinet here present for accepting to return the revolving fund to the Youth Livelihood Program that was already collected from the youth themselves. Thank you so much. That program guarantees a rural young person who only knows how to farm to go and be taught how that farming can make money and how the government can give you small capital to start that farming as a commercial venture. Your Excellency, when the revolving fund returned, we gave out over 30 billion to over 10,000 youth in the country of what was collected from the youth. We believe that the revolving fund is a better model than the grant fund. Revolving means the district collecting 100 million and paying back 100 million will receive 100 million. The district collecting 100 million and paying back 50 million will receive 50 million. That creates the responsibility of development at the local level, which then means that the Ugandans in Soroti, where I come from, in Kabale, where Chairman Tadewa and my sister Brenda here come from, will be responsible for the performance of Kabale, which then drives competition, it drives equity, and it drives local responsibility in wealth creation. And we think that's a good program. And we want to advocate government, please recapitalize it next year with some money as Emyoga has been recapitalized, as PDM is also there, and we drive that agenda. Your Excellency, 2 final points. One is on the work of involving young people in agriculture. We have listened to your message on wealth creation. We know there is no other way young people are going to get jobs apart from a growing private sector. You have taught us that what is for all of us is good and its development. A road is good. You have taught us that a school is good. But you have taught us also that you can have a tarmac road provided in Kabale by the president and cabinet or by whoever funded, and then they use it to dry maize, or in the case of Kabale, to advertise a few Irish potatoes. Your Excellency, it is important that the youth leaders at national level take up the responsibility of the message of wealth creation to the youth. And we are not going to fail you in taking that message to our generation. Because government, and I want to speak to the youth population, government cannot provide enough jobs for all the youth of Uganda in public sector. It must be driven by private sector, and the best private sector is the one you control as an individual. So the 4-acre model, the high value crops, the animal husbandry with mathematics, chibaro, chura, like the president will tell you in more languages, that is the way forward. And the youth must drive that message to every part of the country using our structure. Your Excellency, we will not fail you. And how to ensure we will not fail you is to reinstate the 4 billion of the National Youth Council, which was cut. Your Excellency, you assured us yesterday that that must be reinstated this financial year. Honorable Musasis is here. His doors are always open to us. We thank him. And he works in the Ministry of Finance, serving the Ugandans. He will take the message further from you as you sent it to the Cabinet Minister at State House on Wednesday. Your Excellency, the final issue is on the environment. We want to thank you for your ban on the charcoal business. The rhetoric on climate action cannot just be rhetoric for paper. As you can see, Your Excellency, the Minister of State for Youth was telling me Kabale has never been this brown. The grass in Kabale is always green. And she said even in Chisoro, the grass is no longer green because of the climate situation. We believe that strong emphasis must be given to working on national efforts to achieve our nationally determined agreements on climate issues. And I think we are going to be there with you, Excellency. We thank you. But the transition away from charcoal must be a just transition. And we thank you for standing your ground on the crude oil pipeline and on the oil sector in Uganda. Because unless we are able to mobilize financing for opportunities, we cannot mobilize financing to address climate action. It is true that many of the countries that are telling Uganda to not fund the crude oil pipeline are also the very ones who have the highest emission rates globally. For those that do not know, our crude oil pipeline will not emit more in the length of 30 years than countries like France emit in 1 year, in 1 month. So as Ugandans, we must have a conversation with the globe on a just transition. The poorer countries must exploit our resources to enable us have the capacity to engage on the global scene with global goals. Your Excellency, in regard to that, we are also aware of the funding cut by the World Bank. Your Excellency, as the youth of Uganda, we want to say very clearly, we know 67 countries that have laws similar to the one which was passed by our parliament. They never received a cut. We know countries where even expressing yourself as a woman, what Ugandans do for comedy, to play as a woman
is banned in some countries. The list is very present on the internet, but the World Bank has never cut their money. So this cut by the World Bank on our money is unfair. It is unfair because in the globe, not all countries with such laws have their money cut. And I thought the Ugandans here would clap for that reality. Your Excellency, as you engage the World Bank like you guided to return to the table, we believe that the young population must now recognize their responsibility not to require future aid in this country. They must, and I'm speaking to my fellow young people, we must take up the responsibility to nurture a country where our contribution collects enough taxes that we do not need aid. There are countries that provide aid and there are countries that receive aid. We must find a way with youth energy to join the work that leads to a country that does not need aid. That way we can create the laws against the persuasions of Ugandans in their majority, and even if some of us think in a minority, that democratic guarantee will be present in Parliament. That democratic guarantee of dissent must be present in the public, as the NRM government has already brought it. But we will not be challenged when the majority position has to carry the day. I want to thank Your Excellency. I want to stop here in the interest of time, and now introduce for you, Your Excellency, the members here, because they joined me while I was already speaking. Your daughter here is, okay, they want to introduce their names.
Your Excellency, before I introduce myself, last month we lost one of our great mobilizer, Apollo Nyegamahe. He was from Luchiga, Muhanga. I request to observe a moment of silence because Apollo was a friend to many young people. He employed many people. So nandashaba tuemerere dachikemwe omwoyo gwa Apollo Nyegamahe tuguhe ekitinisa. May the soul of Apollo Nyegamahe rest in peace. Your Excellency, I'm Kichoncho Brenda, Secretary for Female Affairs National Youth Council and also a board member of National Women Council. Your Excellency, I request 2 minutes to represent you some issues because this is my district, my constituency. I request I say 2 words as I welcome also my fellow young people. Your Excellency, to in the whole youth councillors from all districts of Uganda were not recognized. They are there. And I also request you also invite them like you invited us to State House through the youth minister so that they come and visit you in State House interview. Your Excellency, I would like to introduce one of the FDC members and also the MP of this constituency, Honorable Nicholas Kamala. I'm happy you're here today to welcome our president and you believe in his ideology. Nicholas Kamala, FDC Member of Parliament, wave to our president. We welcome you in the NRM party. Your Excellency, when you were in Kigezi in November 2020 campaigning, we requested you 2 things and we are happy you fulfilled them. The first one was border opening. Many young people were suffering. Akatale katuna border chinjire koka excess. As we are here today, as you return back after your election the first time, I'm here to report to you the border is fully open, fully operating. Young people are working. Ndajala banyakigezi tutere president engalo zamani abwo kuigula katale na border ya katuna. Another thing, Your Excellency, the iron ore factory requested you to put a factory, and I talk now, everything is in process. The factory is going to be set, and the iron ore man, Miss Honorable Kamonti, is here. People have been compensated, and the factory is in progress. I think we thank the President for that. Your Excellency, the last one, ensonga y'amashanyalazi omuli Kabale. Your Excellency, amashanyalazi gabira amashanyalazi. I'm shocked that today electricity is there. Ndajaba amanyoli kwisha bajaka tugalekeho. Business zifire omuli Kabale habwa amashanyalazi. Amashanyalazi gabira amashanyalazi. President wo lagamba nitwe ogambira bukira kwataho ensonga z'amashanyalazi bazikoleho. Kwanga Kabale amashanyalazi turagale balimwo mu wiki. Okwezi kuweho tutala amashanyalazi natwagamba ati nekirakogwa. So ensonga y'amashanyalazi, the issue of electricity in Kabale should be addressed with immediate effect because it's affecting many businesses in Kabale. Lastly, I want to thank our Honorable Minister Betty Amongi and your team from Ministry of Gender for allowing to host this International Youth Day in Kabale. We thank you very much. We also want to thank our chairman, NRM, Akafuzi Kitu, Honorable David Bahati, webale kukunda minyeto, webale kunda NRM, webale kushagatira NRM, omuli Kabale yite jimpa. Nenda no kwebaza Minister Witt, our daughter here, Minister for State for Youth, Honorable Sarah Mateke, thank you for hosting Youth Day in Kabale. Thank you for bringing this big function to our region. We thank you very much. Lastly, I want to thank the Permanent Secretary and your team organizing committee. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming to Kabale. President Yowell, we say we are going to support you. We still love you. Abachiga balajirangu, oyegumira hangoma. Oyegumira hangoma Yoweli. Oyegumira hangoma Yoweli. Niwe tuireni twenda, niwe tulendo otukulembere mpaka. We love you. Even in 2026, young people are ready to support you. Even senior leaders, we thank you. Also, our former leader, Nasa Mukwaya, is here. And our current ES and the Executive Secretary, Angelo Agnes, with national youth delegates from all the countries, stand up and wave to the President for allowing to be with us today. We thank you very much. Thank you for coming. May you rule forever Uganda and Africa at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Your Excellency, my name is Kidega Moses. I come from Gulu District, and I am the National Secretary for Labor to the National Youth Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President of Uganda. My name is Wilson Oto, and I'm the General Secretary of the National Youth Council. I come from Agago District.
Your Excellency, just to introduce to you the people, we have a delegation of the Afro-Arab Youth Council led by the Honorable Dr. Abdul Hadi Lahwek and your son, Honorable Agaba Abbas. Please rise up and wave to the President with your delegation. Then, Your Excellency, my sister Brenda has touched on it. We have Dr. Shaft Nasa Mukwaya here. As I briefed you on Wednesday, Dr. Shaft Nasa left the National Youth Council. The National Youth Council had become synonymous with him. Your Excellency, later today you will launch the commemorative events towards the celebration of 30 years of youth leadership in the National Youth Council, which we will do next year. And at that occasion, we will award Dr. Shaft Nasa Mukwaya a deserving award. But because he came to Kabale, I promised him that if he comes, I will give him a photo opportunity at request with the President for his 25 years. So, Excellency, I request that Dr. Shaft Nasa Mukwaya receives a photo opportunity today. Then we can be able to. Your Excellency, with your permission. Thank you so much. I thought the youth would clap harder. Thank you, Your Excellency. I therefore thank you, and I wish the youth of Uganda fruitful deliberations on all the issues of consequence to the generation. I thank you.
Monday! Go through! Go Panep!
ndagira mu mwareba eminyeto kwe n'amani orugwaro rwo rubazo rwa mukuru w'eminyeto habwihanga kandi wa excellence ndagira nkuwareba ko ine mobilizer w'amani muri Kigezi Kichoncho Brenda. Your excellence ndenda kumanyisa nti hanuya twineho LC5 chairperson wa Kabare Shanga Bashisha Nelson ari watutayayisize ayemerera kuhubire ahashitami. Your excellence hanuya twineho na meya wa Kabare municipality OHT Nisa Centaro Byamugisha nawe akubireho. Your excellence, your excellence twineho na LC5 chairperson wa Rubanda OHT Nisa Steven Kasaba. Your excellence ndahendere shitweka ndenda kusima munonga abo kugira ngo mulitwe okaronda memanzi zo kutujekera mu kabineti kandi turahurira turashaba ngo yongeremu ko kurebera wowe kitinisa twineho narebo ka muntu munywani w'eminyeto nayo wamushundikayo birabyabonera twineyo naho narebo Roland Bishi akwatanisize na Catherine Ndamira kora abatuhe nambwenu ndamangoli hi kurabya mu rwiko twareba mu honarebo ka muntu n'abandi turaza kushemererwa. Your excellence wotagarukire kushuba kuririra karganje ninyeta Deo Taremwa chairman w'eminyeto abwa Kabare kandi wechitinisa ko kutaya isize nanye ndi kumara na ndashaba ngompe yakajisha nanye mbona kashani niwe owechitinisa.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Tadeo. Thank you very much for being part of this team. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, we do a lot of work with the UN fraternity. And the UN fraternity is here in big numbers. And we want to thank the UN agencies for being with us. We have the UN Resident Coordinator's Office, we have UNFPA, we have UNDP, we have UN Women, we have UNCHR, we have IOM, we have UNICEF, we have World Health Organization, we have UNCDF, and we have UNODC. Your Excellency, all these agencies have been good to the young people. But permit me invite the resident coordinator, the UN resident coordinator, who is represented here by the UNFPA country representative, Dr. Mary Otieno, to come and speak to us, accompanied by the UNDP representative, Eris Atafua, and the UN Women representative, Paulina Chiwangu. Later in the day, Your Excellency, you will be launching a program which is being funded by all the UN agencies, the UN joint program on young people and the adolescent. So let's clap for the UN for doing a very good job among the young people, among the Minyento in this country. They are all ladies, and so we shall talk about the gender issues later. But these are powerful women who have done a lot of service to young people here. Karibu.
Your Excellency, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Vice President, Honorable Jessica Alupo, NRM Vice Chairman, Honorable Moses Kigongo, Honorable Dr. Abdul Hadi, President of Afro-Arab Youth Council and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Libya, Honorable Minister of Gender, and other ministers present here, members of parliament, service chiefs, religious leaders, Your Excellencies and diplomats present, my UN colleagues, civil society organizations, all the young people present here today, the press, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to join you today at this significant event to commemorate the International Youth Day under the global theme, Green Skills for Youth Towards a Sustainable World. I will be making these remarks, as it has been said, on behalf of the UN system in Uganda. The resident coordinator, Ms. Namondo, is out of the country. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the UN system and collaborating agencies supporting youth-focused programs in Uganda, I wish to commend the government of the Republic of Uganda, as well as the people of Uganda, for the continued efforts to secure the future potentials of adolescents and young people through enabling policies and programs. The 12th of August was first designated as International Youth Day by the UN General Assembly in 1999, and ever since, Uganda has continued to commemorate the annual celebrations in recognition of the country's youthful population, who are indispensable partners in development. The commemoration has also continued to serve as an opportunity to educate the public on issues of concern, to mobilize political will and resources to address global problems, and to accelerate and reinforce achievements of humanity. This year, we are celebrating it a week later in Uganda. In his message for International Youth Day, the UN Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, notes that across all of today's challenges, young people are calling for bold and accelerated action, standing in solidarity with the most vulnerable and designing solutions to ensure social, economic, and climate justice, and peace and prosperity for all. He goes on to say that this year's global theme, Green Skills for Youth Towards a Sustainable World, reminds us of the importance of ensuring young people gain and apply skills in the burgeoning green economy. From innovative sustainable technologies and renewable energy to revolutions in transportation systems and industrial activity, young people must be equipped with skills and knowledge to shape a cleaner, greener, more climate resilient future. Humanity depends on the boundless energy, ideas, and contributions of youth everywhere. He concludes by saying that today and every day, let us support and stand with young people to make their own choices about their lives and in shaping a just and sustainable world for people and planet. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, our national theme this year is accelerating recovery from COVID-19 and full implementation of the 2030 Agenda, the role of youth, which is extremely relevant in today's world of 1.9 billion young people, most of whom live in developing countries. Half of the people on our planet are 30 or younger, and this is expected to reach 57% by the end of 2030. In Uganda, this number is even higher at 76%. This young population means that there is a potential population momentum for future economic growth once we invest intentionally in critical sectors such as health, education, and employment, enabling the country to reap a demographic dividend. This makes young people crucial agents in the achievement of Uganda's development goals and Vision 2040. The COVID-19 pandemic had dire effects on the world, but its effect on youth were unequivocal. A global survey on youth and COVID-19 conducted by ILO in 2020 revealed that the pandemic not only led to increased rates of unemployment among youth aged 15 to 24 years, but also reduced the rates of working hours by 23%, even among those who were employed. In Uganda, during the COVID-19 pandemic, adolescent girls were deprived of the social protection that school offers and were exposed to increased risks of sexual violence, exploitation and abuse, child marriages, and teenage pregnancies, like we had before. Analysis of data from the District Health Information System showed that there was a 17% spike in teenage pregnancies during the school closure period. 17%. Furthermore, according to the Ministry of Health, HIV estimates in 2022, 70% of new HIV infections among young people were found in adolescent girls. In addition to the effects of COVID-19, young people today continue to be disproportionately impacted by the multifaceted crises facing our world, including climate crisis. Given the disproportionate impact of their suffering during COVID-19 pandemic, young people must be at the forefront of planning for a post-COVID-19 future, and what better way than to engage them in the emerging issues such as green energy to create employment while also combating climate change. Their vision and courage are more vital than ever. They are the ones that will inherit all the repercussions of decisions made today, yet they continue to face many structural, legal, and financial barriers, as well as lingering stereotypes about them. These seriously hinder their meaningful participation in national development. I believe we can do better. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we commend your government for its leadership and support towards youth through various government programs and initiatives in collaboration with partners. These were mentioned a while back, so I will not repeat them. This will need to be scaled up to reach those left furthest behind. Youth are the resource and backbone on which the country must rely on to advance sustainable development and to generate innovative solutions that will help the country achieve its development goals and reap the demographic dividend. Your Excellency, the United Systems in Uganda, through the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework 2021-2025, supports several innovations that support youth in contributing to the acceleration of recovery from COVID-19 and achieving the 2030 agenda. Permit me to highlight one primary initiative. I would like to applaud a new partnership that has been forged between 13 UN agencies, and I'll name them: FAO, ILO, IOM, UNAIDS, UNCDF, UNDP, UNESCO, UNFPA, UNHCR, UNICEF, UNODC, UN Women, and WHO, with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development as lead ministry, and the National Youth Council, resulting in the UN Adolescent and Youth Program that will be launched today. This joint program is broadly aligned to the Global Youth Strategy, UN strategy, and the national frameworks and policies, and offers an opportunity for the government of Uganda and the UN to accelerate efforts towards addressing the barriers affecting youth, hindering them from reaching their full potential. The focus areas for the program are health, including sexual and reproductive health, inclusive quality education, skills and employment opportunities, climate action, and peace and security. The program is costed at $22 million and will cover 8 districts across 4 regions of Uganda for the period 2023-2025 in its first phase. The initiative will be rolled out to other districts as additional resources are mobilized. I would like to call on all development actors to join us in building the capacities of youth and creating space for their engagement to help realize the Sustainable Development Goals as key stakeholders and change agents nationally, as well as globally. There is no doubt that if we are to have any hope of realizing our goals for the planet, we must begin to focus on youth. This is backed by up by empirical evidence, as study after study has shown that investing in the needs of youth for education, for jobs, for healthcare, for information is the single best way to bring benefits to society. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, on behalf of the United Nations system, I would like to reiterate the support of collaborating UN agencies under the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework 2021-25 and pledge to sustain our concerted support to government, civil society, and the young people of Uganda to ensure our shared vision is achieved, especially through the UN Joint Program on Adolescents and Youth that we will be launching today. Together, we can ensure that the 2030 Agenda and Uganda's Vision 2040 promote the human rights, health, and well-being of the largest generation of young people in history. Thank you.
Kwarde! Go Sioux! Go Kwarde!
Thank you.
Where? Lagos.
Thank you very much, the UN fraternity. Thank you. And we call upon you to continue standing with us as we transform this country. Your Excellency, as Assistant Directors of Ceremonies, we are coming to the end of our job. We are about to hand over. But before we hand over, Your Excellency, there are three things that will be done before you speak to the nation. The first one will be the signing of the host country agreement between Afro-Arab Youth Council and the government of Uganda. I want to put the following to be on standby, that after the minister has spoken, when we go in the signing, these are the people who will come around the table for the signing. Honorable Dr. Abdul Hadi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Libya and the President of Afro-Arab Youth Council. He will be accompanied by Honorable Dr. Agaba Abbas, Secretary General Afro-Arab. That's on one side. On the side of government, we shall have Honorable Sarah Mateke and Mr. Agure David Chibenge, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Your Excellency, the second launch will be the launch of the UN Joint Program for Adolescents and Youth. The following will join you in the launch. Dr. Mary Otieno, UNFPA country representative, UNDP representative Els Atafua, and UN Women representative Paulina Chiwangu. And on the side of government of Uganda will be Honorable Sarah Mateke and Mr. Jacobo Eyeru, Chairman of National Youth Council. Your Excellency, the third launch is going to be the roadmap for 30 years existence celebrations of the National Youth Council. And the people who will join you in launching and signing will be Mr. Jacobo Eyeru, Chairman National Youth Council, Dr. Shafti Nasa Mukwaya, and Honorable Mariam Narwega. May I, on that note, invite the Minister of State to take over from the following people.
Your Excellency, Senior Commissioner of Prisons, Frank Baine.
Your Excellency, Taremwa Tadeo, Chairperson of the youth of the great town of Kabale, yet to become a city.
And Chateka Mondo, Assistant Commissioner of Youth Affairs, Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Your Excellency, we hand over to the Director of Ceremonies, Honorable Sarah Nyirabasithi Mateke. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you so much for that good work. I thought you people would appreciate them. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice President, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, the first Vice Chairperson of the NRM Party, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, High Commission, development partners, the UN family, the Kabale leadership here, the Chairperson National Youth Council and the executive, the youth leaders who are here, both NYC and councillors and other structures, NRM structure and others, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to this year's International Youth Day celebrations and to Kigezi region. I want to thank you that amidst your busy schedule, you have always had time for the youth. We want to appreciate. My role here today is very small, but of inviting my senior minister. But before I invite her, Your Excellency, I'll just speak only two things. One, I want to appreciate the warm hospitality that you extended to us on Wednesday when you're meeting the youth representatives from across the country to discuss matters of great importance of the young people and the country at large. We want to thank you wholeheartedly. And as the chairperson said, that was a small group of the youth. I pray that you have time to meet the NRM structure for the youth and the district councillors, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, I want to thank you that you have supported the youth when you saw the exhibitions there. Your Excellency, the youth are not seated. You have always guided us on the 4 sectors, on industrialization. You have seen how your youth are very innovative. You have guided us on commercial agriculture. Yes, we have had challenges of land with the youth, but those who have managed to benefit from our programs have managed to rent. After renting, they buy their own land, and we want to thank you. You have guided us on ICT, you have guided us on services, and we want to thank you for the wisdom that you always share with the young people. Your Excellency, we are only asking for around one thing. You're training the youth, the presidential skilling hubs, but we are requesting if every district would spare some piece of land so that we can put there the youth, especially those that have been trained. Because even paying rent from the little money that we give them is a challenge. So if we can create cottage industries in different districts, and you know that if the youth have finished training, they can go and start from that land. After they get their money, they shift and go elsewhere as we bring others on board. I think it can help us. Your Excellency, I want to take this opportunity to introduce the ministers who are here today. Your Excellency, I'll start with the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Major Retired Jessica Alupo, who is here with us, and she was once a minister of this docket. We want to welcome you and thank you for loving the people of Kigezi. Your Excellency, we have the first Vice Chairperson of the NRM Party, Alhaji Moses Chigongo, who is here with us. Your Excellency, we have Honorable Betty Akena, our Minister, the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Your Excellency, we have Honorable Baryomunsi Chris, Member of Parliament for Chinchizi East, and the Minister of ICT and National Guidance, and the Chairperson in charge of Western SEC. We have Honorable Jim Muhwezi, the Minister of Security, and the MP for Bujumbura. We have Honorable Musasizi Henry, the Minister of State for Finance, and Rwanda East Member of Parliament. We have Honorable Bahati David, the Minister of Industry from Mudorwa West, from this district. We have the Minister of State for ICT, Honorable Kabyanga. He's also here with us. We have the Minister of State for the Elderly, Honorable Chidudu Mafabi, your Minister and your MP, Your Excellency, for your constituency. We have Honorable Minister of State for Public Service, Honorable Mugasi Grace. Your Excellency, we have here members of Parliament and I would request they come in front. The members of parliament who are here, please come forward as I introduce you. We have the host member of parliament and the woman member of parliament for Kabale district, Honorable Ndabina Catherine Owabodinji. We have Honorable Kamuntu Moses, Rwanda West. We have Honorable Kamala Nicholas, Kabale municipality. We have Honorable Prost Mbabazi, Rwanda district, woman MP. We have Honorable Roland Diomujeni, MP for Ruchiga. Your Excellency, I thank you so much. They can sit. We also have former members of parliament who are here. We have Honorable Adja Variayanga, who was once independent, now he's NRM. And Your Excellency, you are the one who has spearheaded issues of women empowerment. I am very sorry, but at this juncture, allow me to introduce the chairman LC1, chairperson LC1, for this area where we are, and ask her to come and introduce herself and give herself some few introductions. Being a woman in the municipality, na ninkushabango ishe hanu oya na president akumayongo niwo mutokazile wamani omuchala chairperson LC1 omu municipality ya Kabale. Kwara amare kugamba na nishabangu Honorable Bahati will speak on behalf of all of us from Kigezi and introduce the members of Kabale district local government.
Your Excellency, the President of Uganda, and our parent or father, I'm very happy to welcome you here. You have done a lot to us with the Ugandans. You are like Moses in the Bible, who led his people back home from Egypt, and they were also very stubborn like us. Your Excellency, you started the leadership when I was a woman. I know what you did for these people, and let me be brief like this. Thank you for trying to mentor the youth. And they are the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you so much. You are the parents. The civil servants of those days when you started the leadership, when you started the struggle, the public servants were suffering. They were educated, but could not have enough to maintain their families. And I was one of the people. The teachers, where are you really? You let us clap for the president. He has brought back education. Education had stopped. Your Excellency, there are so many things to talk about you, but thank you so much. My name's Ndibwami Jova, chairperson LC1, Chigugwe Chibikura Sir, where we are now.
Thank you so much, our chairperson LC1. You will forgive me, but I think it was necessary. I would request Honorable Bahati David. Your Excellency, bani bansha bangu oyichirize oyeteze chishani na chairperson LC1. Chairperson zakweteze chishani na president. Zakweteze chishani na president aho niho nashabire Honorable Bahati David oyije oyanjire leadership ya Kabale kandi ogere kiwagambaho only 3 minutes. Thank you so much. za kweteza ekishanyi na pulezidenti ekyo nikyo kiri kumanyisa waabo n'obukama noobona chansi y'okuza haihi na pulezidenti.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice President, the Vice Chairperson of NRM, Moses Chigongo, my colleagues, members of Cabinet and members of Parliament, omukikuru tumuterere mu ngaro ya afuta n'orujungu gw'amaani tiyacushwaza nkaero si wanu chairman wa Bugonji ayi kandi former Prime Minister ali ku rugaro akana Rugunda. Your Excellency, we want to welcome you here omunsozi za Kabale kandi habwensozi nico cyatumire otireho no kwetenga kwa paredi aho kukolera nico cyatumire abantu twabasitamisa tuti nko kutushitami ndenda kubasima mwena abanyakabale aba huliro mulango gugwabana beitu okwija hanuya okwasa presidenti okora ogumukoro hano muri Kabale abesere mu tenti na ndabashaba mu nkwase twakire president weitu muratera mu ngaro munonga mwebale munonga okwija okumwakira. Your Excellency, banshaba ngu nyanjure ntemuloko content mwene naza kutamuloko content konka tinko banjura atakizire kangumize mu njire kinagambo abo karakihulire lero kwalije mbone kubanjura ba chairman hamwe na kanso yitu eyano eyakabala ndenda kutwara omugishogu okusima Your Excellency habwo kwikiriza ngo mukorogu kandorabire omuli Minister wa Agenda ngo mukorogu gw'abana beitu gube hanu ya Kabale eminyeta imuli hona mutere President Yoweri Museveni na Ministry ya Agenda omungaro. At this turn of the NRM revolution, your message is loud and clear, Your Excellency, that in order to realize fully the vision of an integrated, independent, and self-sustaining economy, we should all of us focus on four-dimensional strategic areas, moving our households from subsistence to money economy, adding value to everything that we are producing, developing a strong civil service society, and developing a knowledge-based economy. Your Excellency, we have understood your strategic guidance and we are moving towards that. In terms of local content, here in the Kabale and Kigezi region, we have embraced the parish development model, a strategic innovation to move our households who are in still subsistence into money economy. Ayi turi kugambira Your Excellency omuli Kabale billion ziraika mushanju na milioni gwenda za ichihanuya eza parish development model kandi billioni ananibiri na milioni runana nizo zahirize kuba released for the Kigezi region 42.8 billion. Eminyeto ndabashaba ngo mukimanye ngo out of this money 30% ekiramanyisa billioni 2 n'emitwaro 10 ne milioni 30 nizo ate ziri mu Kabale ezite minyeto kandi omuli Kigezi biliyoni zirarenga 18 omu mwaka gumwe kusha mgeno ndabashaba eminyeto kubamanyisa ngu esente za parish development model ziriho zanami muzanule muzikozese okugwanisa obworo. In the face of the blackmail of the neocolonial elements, it's important that we rise up to fight poverty and develop the money economy. The only way we can fight with the president is when we make our country rich, is when you make your household rich. That is when what the chairman of the youth was talking about, that is when we can actually stop this blackmail of people who want to blackmail us to believe in values that we don't have. We thank Your Excellency for establishing the presidential initiative Zonal Youth Hub at Kamuganguzi in Kigezi region. It is doing wonders. It is training young people to change their mindset and giving them the skills to improve their incomes, provide jobs and livelihoods. Your Excellency, we also want to thank you for accepting to add value to the minerals that we have in the region. You have, I can report here, that you have attracted a number of investors to process our iron ore. You yourself have attracted a number of investors to process our iron ore. Among them is the Modern Steel Industries, which is acquiring a license to mine. Toko okora factory otinejo license yokumininga mbwenu hate itwaika Your Excellency n'abantu ba Kabale na Kigezi Honorable Rusi Nankabigwa ali kugeza okuyamba kwezi companies zirenda kukora factory y'obubale omuli Rubanda okuzia license kugira ngo zitandike zilime zira processinga iron ore yitu. Under the Uganda Development Corporation, Your Excellency, tutire factories ibiri omuli Kabale kandi hamwe na Kisoro. Ezo nazo ziri kugenda omumisho. Factories abanyakabale n'ekintu kimwe kirayamba eminyeto. Habwokuba President witu ari kwija mu government yagwansiriza tukaba twine factories 81 hati ya turi kugambira twine factories 18 na rukaga 80. Kandi Your Excellency, I'm glad to report that every factory that is set up in Uganda, it employs a minimum of 150 people, 300 others employ 1,000 to 5,000. So the more factories we set up, the more jobs we create, and the more jobs that will be available for the young people. Amashanyarazi gatubera amashanyarazi omuli Kigezi, but I also want to update you, the people of Kabale, ngo ekizibe kibire kiriho ebireri substation ya Kigezi. Honorable Rusi Nankabigwa is, and we have already secured the resources to set up this substation, and that is ongoing. It has taken long. Konkamura chimanyangu President weitu echaragamba arachikora kandi echarakora nechagambire nicho twamweteire ruhemba ogwejura nogu nago araza kuguhemba. We want to thank you, Your Excellency, for fulfilling your pledge of tamaking the Kabale Lake Bunyonyi Road. Abantu bamazwe kutunga compensation hate kisigire ni the oruzinagende gwa procurement. We hope that oruzinagende gwa rugamu orugudoru hamwe na ferries ibire bitashaya bibiri biraza kukogwa. Kandi no kwikiriza nko kuwagambire olimfasha omuli Rubanda otorugudo gwa Katuna Muko na Kamuganguzi Road rubato baruteho korasi ayindi kugambira esente eziraruga mu ADB ezokutamakingo go rugudo ogwa Katuna Muko kana Kamuganguzi okuraba oruguruka nanka bubale ogwate sente za ziriho feasibility kugenda misho twina masikongo very soon. All these roads, as you promised and you have fulfilled, the works will commence soon. Your Excellency, we have here a number of leaders from the district, and some have already been introduced. Kantwaro Mujishogu okwanjura akachiko ka chairman weitu wa district omamisha ngabashija na ba councillors mwena mwemerere president abalebe ayimuli hona. Chairman Shangabashija kandi chairman owo mu Rubanda hobarona ba councillors ni wemerere bakwakire. Owaru Kigani wemerera bakwakire. Owaka Nungu yemerera ni mwe bakwakire. Kandi abakisoro ni mwe mwemerere babakire. Rukunjiri ni mwe mwemerere babakire. Kandi Your Excellency twaisha naho meya nakachiko kawe niwe bakwakire. Abakachiko kitu ka movement omwami gwanshije omukyala bijigwa Alice Peace Kachira mwena Edison ni mwe mwena mwemerere babakire. Twaisha hanuya na ba chairpersons ba LC3 hamwe na ba movement ni mwe mwemerere babakire. Your Excellency, kandi abari hanuya ba LC1 zimwena baba bari hanuya abajeje kwa mucyala witu ono wabugonjini mwe mwemerere babakire ba LC1 zi nabebembe zibona omurundi gumwe kugira ngo tutashisha obwire. With those few words, Your Excellency, I am once again happy, and I want to assure you of our commitment, of our support for the NRM and for you. Kandi hoba hariho abachiga abari hanuya baramanya kusakuza naza kusakuza ndeta sala hanuya sakusaku sakusaku na kutera kataryeba mwona mwachigwa nakaruru ka Museveni 2026 mwebare munonga.
Parday! Go through! Go Pandem! Where?
Thank you so much. At this juncture, let me request the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labour and Social Development, Honorable Betty Akena, to come and speak to us or talk and give us the speech as Minister of Gender. We shall do the signing after the President has finished addressing us. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the Vice President, the first National Vice Chair of the NRM, our Minister of Foreign Affairs from Libya, who is also the President of the Afro-Arab Youth, here to execute the mandate of signing the host country agreement. Honorable ministers, members of the diplomatic corps and the UN family, members of parliament, religious and cultural leaders, the chairperson of the National Youth Council, your executive,
and all the delegates of the National Youth Council who are here, all of you in your various capacity. I want to start by thanking our minister from here, Honorable David Bahati, who wrote to the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development requesting that Kabale host this day, and here we are today. Thank you very much, Honorable Bahati, and to notify the members of parliament and other ministers that we always come where the district is ready to host. So for other members of parliament and the ministers, we will always be ready to come when you invite us. Your Excellency, today is a day when we take stock of what we've done as a country in the crusade for the empowerment of the young people. And as a government, you have been in the forefront of the empowerment of women, of youth, of persons with disability and other vulnerable groups. That is why today we are having the National Youth Council elected from the village up to members of parliament. It is because of you and because of the support that you have given to the vulnerable groups. We want to thank you for that. Your Excellency, today's theme is celebrated around the theme of the impact of COVID-19 and how it has disrupted the livelihood and what we need to do to recover and build the resilience of the youth in at least ensuring that we bounce back to where we were. It is true, others have already indicated, that the youth constitute a very large percentage in Uganda. During COVID-19, there was lockdown, and you are aware that a number of youth dropped out of school, their education were interrupted, and most, especially the girls who got pregnant, were not able to return back to school. So education was interrupted, economic livelihood was interrupted, socioeconomic empowerment programs were interrupted, increase in gender-based violence and others affected the youth largely. However, Your Excellency, through the intervention of government, the youth and the people in urban areas were able to be supported in many different ways. I want to start by the first intervention that allowed agriculture to continue during the COVID period, where a majority of the youth are employed, enabled us to sustain ourselves as a country. And even though the COVID-19 affected other sectors of the economy, the agriculture continued. But also, during COVID-19, most youth who were into trade and businesses, especially businesses that were allowed to continue operating, were able to continue with their livelihood. But that period also taught youth very important lessons, and new businesses have emerged, where online businesses now, the statistics indicate that the young people now occupy the digital space where they are selling online, where they are doing a lot of things through IT technology. So while the COVID-19 disrupted a lot of other intervention, it also introduced new dynamics into the businesses that are run by the young people. Your Excellency, the teenage pregnancy, I want to appreciate the initiative that Excellency, the Vice President, initiated, and together with the First Lady, the Prime Minister, and the Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development, for a campaign to ensure that girls who dropped out during COVID-19 due to pregnancy are supported. And with this campaign, Your Excellency, the First Lady and the Minister of Education brought to Cabinet a paper, and that paper made very important decision that has secured the future of this girl child. One was that Cabinet, in adopting the First Lady's paper, agreed that all the girls that were pregnant were to be allowed to sit their exams, and they did sit their exams. So that was a very important intervention. Number two, that policy directive also permitted those who want to return back to school after giving birth to be permitted to go back to school. And many girls got pregnant, they produced, and a number of them, by our statistics, have been able to go back to school. Your Excellency, in the same paper, there was the aspect of skilling for the girl child, and those who have dropped out because of many other reasons are not able to go back. And at the moment, the program we will launch today with the support of the UN family will play one of those key roles of skilling the youth, and majority of the people who will be able to partake this program are especially those who were impacted by COVID-19. We want to recommit as Minister of Gender that the skilling program and apprenticeship program, which is not only in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, but also the Ministry of Education through BITVET, the Presidential Skilling Centers, other skilling centers that are run by non-governmental organizations, will continue to coordinate to support the youth so that the skills they obtain can support them to get jobs. Your Excellency, one of the biggest problems we have is that majority of the youth who go through the formal education and graduate with the degrees in humanities find it difficult to get jobs. And so we are now looking at how to change the mindset of the young people, that on top of having a degree in State House, you were joking with them that degree in peace and security, in human resource, SWASA, and you were telling them that those ones you might not be able to help very much with jobs. But we are now encouraging youth that even if you have a degree, accept to have also skills, something that can support you in creating jobs, because the private sector is now the major driving employment sector. And so we will continue with the skilling in areas that can support the youth to create employment rather than to get employment, because not all of them are able to do sciences. But if they get skills, for example, in tailoring, in carpentry, in all the rest of the other skills, that provides, because if you look at here, people are building, people would want bricks, blocks, people want doors and windows, those welding skills and the skills that can support you, so that you are able to employ people with your skills and the skills that they have obtained. Your Excellency, we are also focusing on supporting the youth in work placement. We had a program with UNDP where those who have completed their education, their degree, are placed in an institution, a company, or a government MDS, so that you acquire experience, because when companies and organizations advertise for jobs, they always ask for experience, and most of them would not have experience. With this job placement, we have realized when they have a placement, they gain experience, and some of these companies retain them. If they don't retain them, at least they will get a job in other area. The Chairman Youth Council has talked about already the program, but Your Excellency, we are now focusing under the NDP3 and the new program for NDP4 in ensuring that we look at the program that will address youth who are unemployed, youth who are not in school. And if you look at youth who are not in school, and youth who are not in employment, and youth who are not in training, they will constitute the majority of the youth. Most of them, when you walk in trading centers, they are either playing cards, or they are drinking, or they are doing all sorts of things. In urban areas, you'll find them majorly those who will be causing insecurity. Yes, some of you, when you are on the street of Kampala, you cannot even lower your windows down, because most likely your phones and your laptops might be stolen. So with that, we are already been tasked by Our Excellency, the Vice President, under the Presidential Economic Forum, to ensure that we come with a cabinet paper to address those, which we will come and bring it soon. Your Excellency, I want to applaud you for the support and accepting when we presented as Ministry of Gender during PDM that we carve 30% of the quota for PDM money to be given to the youth. And I think now the youth and the women are the people who have the most percentage of PDM, because women have 30% and youth 30%. This translates of the 1 trillion, it translates to 300 billion going to youth, and the money is coming at parish level. I think we need to thank HE, the President, and the cabinet ministers who supported this. So we now appeal to the youth who are here, the youth leaders. Your role is to monitor. Yesterday you adopted your budget. Please monitor to ensure that when you go to the parish circle, ask how many youth have benefited. Encourage the youth to go and apply. Encourage the youth to start enterprises with the PDM so that they are able to transform their life. Your Excellency, time is not on our side. I want to conclude by recommitting that the team from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development will continue to drive your agenda of ensuring that youth empowerment is placed at the center of government intervention, that we will continue to engage the youth, continue to coordinate all efforts from NGOs, from the UN agencies, from government, to focus on the critical areas that can empower the youth, the skilling, the cheap capital, where we have confirmed through the Youth Venture Capital Fund, through the YLP, that actually now the youth, when you give them cheap capital, they are able to start their enterprises, they are able to sustain it, and they are able to progress. Few cases where youth are not probably returning or recovering should not make us generalize that all the youth does not pay back the money. Your Excellency, in State House, you were told that, and many of the youth were example of what they did with YLP money. So I want to request that please let us support the youth with cheap capital so that they are able to transform their life, because capital is very essential to move someone from poverty. When you cannot get capital to start an enterprise, there is no way you can move from where you are to the next level to provide for your family. With that, Your Excellency, I want to now take us through a few activities that you need to do before I invite you to speak. I don't know where the table is. The table for signing the host agreement. Security, if you could there is something else we are doing. No. Can we have the table, please?
Holiday! Go Sioux! Go Panda!
Kana.
Where?
Kana.
Legeza.
Where is it? Where is it? While the table is being set, may I introduce Mzee, the presidential advisor for Kigezi region, Kanagizi. I hope I have tried. Mzee, where are you? Can you wave to Echi, the president? Oh, he's here. So I'm requesting Dr. Abdul Adi Abbas, can you please move to the table? You are supposed to sign the host country agreement between Afro-Arab Youth Council and Government of Uganda. Your Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs should have been here to sign on behalf of Government of Uganda. Unfortunately, we lost our ambassador to Iran, to the Islamic Republic of Iran, who died on 4th August, and being a Muslim, burial is today. And so our Minister, J.J. Odongo, and the team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs are at the burial. They will be able to sign later. Can I request Honorable Dr. Chris to please stand in near there to represent government, and Honorable Sarah. Honorable Sarah, please can you just stand near the government of Uganda side. Let me allow him 1 minute to give a brief on what the Afro-Arab is. Just 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Your Excellency, the President, I will not go through the protocol. My name is Agaba Abbas. I'm standing, first of all, to thank you, Your Excellency, for leading us through the process to where we have reached now. Afro-Arab Youth Council is an organization that is bringing together young people from the African and Arab world. It was born in 2004 in Khartoum, Your Excellency, and you delegated that time Madam Alice Kaboyo, then PS Youth, to lead us to Khartoum. In 2008, we had a meeting here that attracted about 5,000 youth from the African and Arab world in Munyonyo that you presided over. And during that meeting, Your Excellency, the youth requested you, one, to be the patron of the Afro-Arab Youth Council, to which you gladly accepted, and also you offered land for the construction of the international headquarters, which they requested to be housed in Uganda. Your Excellency, in 2019, when we met you after the Arab Spring, you made a quotation to us that in Africa it's abominable
that when your brother leaves you children and he is not there and you cannot take care of them. I thank you for taking care of the Secretariat, and when we settle down, we have been able to process the host country agreement. We now have the land, and we are ready for the third phase of the hosting of the headquarters. Your Excellency, you are the one leading in the fundraising. The headquarters, the international headquarters of the Afro-Arab Youth Council will house 5 projects. 1 is the University of Science and Technology, 2 is an international stadium, 3 is an office block, 4 is a hotel of international standing and a youth recreation center, and 5, a historic Afro-Arab cultural heritage center that will contain heritage of all the cultures of the African and Arab world. Your Excellency, through you as the lead person fundraising for this, we will leave out the statements on how prepared the other countries are to make the contribution to kickstart it. But from your letter, you last wrote to the Attorney General asking him to clear the host country agreement. You mentioned it, sir, that we are ready to start the fundraising, which we are ready. As soon as we have signed the host country agreement, the rest will be done. Finally, Your Excellency, I just want to take the opportunity to introduce the members of the International Executive Committee who are here so that they can see you. We have been promised a meeting with you. I think the details we shall bring them in the meeting. Number 1, the Honorable Dr. Alaweja Abdul Hadi, who is already on the table, who is going to sign as the President of the Afro-Arab Youth Council, has been recently elevated to be Minister of Foreign Affairs of Libya. Your Excellency, I want to introduce Honorable Amina Hilmi to stand from Morocco, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the Afro-Arab Youth Council. Honorable Ebenezer Oyetakin from Nigeria, please stand for recognition. I'll be very quick. The Honorable Muzwake Alfred from South Africa. He's the coordinator for Southern Africa for Afro-Arab Youth Council. Miss Lispa Machoka from Kenya, the coordinator for the Eastern Africa. We have Miss Priscilla Magani, also coordinator for the Southern Africa. With us, we have members of the Secretariat who are here. Honorable Dr. Ibrahim Sali, please stand up for recognition. Your Excellency, Dr. Ibrahim Sali has been moving the journey with us, with you, for the time we've been meeting you. Recently has also been elevated as consular for the Moroccan embassy here. I think this is enough brief. The objectives are many, but we saw that you cleared it based on the objectives. The details will be carried in the meeting we shall have with you. Thank you again, Your Excellency, for hosting us. For the youth of Uganda to know that this organization, we are now bringing it to Uganda to host it here. It will give us jobs, it will give us opportunities, some of which have already come in. Your Excellency, the government of Morocco already offered some scholarships for young people of Uganda to go and study in Morocco, but the other details we'll give you in the meeting. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you. Is the signing going on? As you are signing, I also want the people for the launch of the UN joint program, if you can be moving nearer with the If you are done, then you can have a photo moment with HE. Please. The President.
Those who are going to sign, but they already told you. Yeah, it's told me to have it.
They are not taking it. Thank you. Can we have the where we are signing for the UN joint program? And may I invite the 3 UN rep, UNFPA, UNDP, UN Women, and Sarah, Honorable Sarah, you still remain there, the chairperson. PS, I think you should join this team. PS of gender. This is a program that is going to be supporting adolescents and youth in skilling, education, livelihood, productivity, what I was talking about, issues to do with the skilling for all those areas of tailoring, skilling in all the crafts, welding, adolescent returning back to school and all that. I want to thank the UN family for that intervention post-COVID-19. Thank you, thank you. Now may we have the roadmap, HE launching, again the roadmap for celebration of 30 years of existence of Youth Council. Imagine you've existed. And for that one, I think we still have Honorable Sarah, Honorable, I hope the chair is there. The Executive Secretary of National Youth Council. Thank you. I'm left with one more issue before I invite you, Your Excellency. The Bachiga have told me that when you come to their land and they had sent you earlier to go and hunt, hunting is to get something to return back. When they are satisfied that the time you've been hunting is going well and you have been giving, returning from the bush with a good outcome, when you come back, they say thank you. And they can also give you a good message, whether the regalia can still take you back to continue the work. So, I have the youth of this sub-region, led by Kichoncho Brenda, who have some interesting cultural regalia. Can I have those cultural regalia?
What day? Go through. Go thunder. Ready? Legs.
As the youth are coming, Your Excellency, we have a group of our other DCs from Kigezi and from Ankole. If they are here, they can stand up for recognition. The other DCs who are here with us today. Thank you.
Okay, so Your Excellency, this team is bringing for you a spear. I wish they had someone to give me the narrative of what the spear means in this place, the shield, the back cloth, which they say in Ruchiga is called a kishato. I hope I have pronounced it well. The spear in African culture is to go and hunt. You can see. Are you seeing? Are you people seeing? Are you seeing? Youth, where are you? Thank you very much for that gift to His Excellency the President. Your Excellency, it is now the time that you come to address the team and the population that has been waiting to hear from you eagerly, and it is now my singular honor to invite you to please address the people here and live, the people watching.
Her Excellency the Vice President, the Right Honorable Moses Chigongo, the NRM Vice Chairman, the ministers, members of Parliament, the youth leaders, the members of the diplomatic corps, and from the UN family, the Afro-Arab youth leaders. Neymamanya Jezmwena, Muruhoro je. Ati njanga mborujungu. Kongaba kanje ngoba kiga urujungu nishibakwata kubi. Bwanyuma ninja kuvunira binagamba omulinyankorera ikiga. Abataka kumenya rujungu reka maze ngambira aba Uganda yona nensi yona. The first thing for the youth and you should remember that the one who is talking to you now is a former youth. Therefore, when you spend time youth, I am a former youth, I know everything about youth. So I can really tell you, as you use your language, the roadmap. What is the safe roadmap for the youth? Because I was here in 1960 in Mbara High School. I was a youth. This is 63 years ago, and I was watching what was happening. And I've been watching since that time, and also participating. The first thing you must ensure is discipline. Discipline for yourself, to protect your life from the dangers of youth. Abanyankole bainefumu negira ngo bufuzi bwitowa kwati icumu. Omwana asoko wali efuza ali omwana muto atene bazaire kwonka aboko ebyetengo byo yakiri omwana nibike nabana yende byokulya naho kubyama n'ekyo kweshweka nabwe ekyo n'owaka wali efuzi nabasa kugumaho konkwara kunyeta yashogoya nkibaye mamayiso okukwata icumu abaka abana bakaba batakwata amacumu tsigazi ninga omushaija so hatwakwara kushogoya yabo omutsigazi agira ebizibu by'obufuzi ebyakare ataho n'ebyokunyeta ebyokuba omutsigazi aho niho arikugwa niho bayire efumu erikugira ngu obufuzi tibukwitira mu bwana konka bukwita wakuzire rero zo mumarwa ozo mu bwamaraya basi niyo orikugwa okwo efumu y'abanyankore obufuzi bwito wakwata icumu mukimanya ekyo kwaka bakiri omwana nabaine ebizibu konka biba biri ebizibu ebitari kwita ebyokurya ekyokweshweka okubyama basi kwari kunyeta atagira ebizibu byakare ataho atebisya ebye. Therefore, the first thing for the youth, when you say youth, the first thing for you, especially people are not handling you as politicians, who should be handling you as parents. Because what I'm telling you is what I tell my grandchildren now, the ones who are with me in the house. That's what I tell them. First thing is discipline. You must reject the temptations of youth. Mureke kubara ekibaro kubi okubarekera ekibaro kukibara kubi mukenda okushemererwa kwaho naho uko obuyayo abakega bene ikigambo cy'obuyayo kirimu obuko butayine mani enkwesi tayine mani mbwenu okukushemererwa uko obuyayo tari mu kibaro kora okugumisiriza wayetwara noja kushanga washenye enku ezihamire eziine orukara. So the first thing is to resist the temptations of youth, because those are really no value addition. They will add nothing to you. Secondly, studies. Concentrating on your studies so that you get knowledge, but you also get qualifications. Now, thirdly, ideology. Part of the problem is that the youth, some of the youth get wrong ideology. Ideology of sectarianism, of religion, of tribes, of working for foreign interests. If you take that line, you will fail. Because I have been watching all these years. Many of the people who came into at independence were young people. All of them were young people. They were not old people. But because they did not address the issue of ideology, that's why we had so many problems in Uganda. Tanzania, where Mwalimu addressed the issue of ideology, has been stable all this time. Even when there's anything they didn't do today, tomorrow they will do it because it is stable. And Mwalimu started with a good ideology of uzalendo, of patriotism. That's why Tanzania has been peaceful all the time. So, the three words for the youth: discipline, knowledge and skills, and ideology. If you look at those three, I can assure you, you will go far. After that, you should ensure to lead a productive life, to be in productivity. Don't lead a life of parasitism, of depending on others. Be sure that you can do something. And we have told you, the sectors here in Uganda are 4. And they are all there. There is commercial agriculture, where you can be either as a small commercial farmer or as a big one if you have the land. And we have told you what to do in either case. Manufacturer. That's the second sector, manufacturing. And I'm glad when I was touring the kiosks there, I saw some of you processing. There were those who were doing honey. I saw them there. Honey and other bee products. There were those who were making a shandy from juice from sugar cane. There were others who were processing meat, making a mkaro. There are even people from Mityana who are making sanitary pads from Ebusesa. Ebusesa numbimanya. Abakumanya Ebusesa abakigano ba Ebusesa ne. Olio omukono Ebusesa nenki ijoza muzindaro bagambira muzindaro guri. You know our languages here are much richer than English. English is a poor language. They don't have enough words. You can imagine they don't have a word for here. They say forehead. What's that now? Forehead, front head. Ebusesa, tell us what Ebusesa are.
Your Excellency, ndi Richard Mpolera, District Councillor, orajwekera abakuzire district ya Kabale. Ebusesa n'ekifunjo ekyo yaworuhu rero intima y'omunda yo twete Kisesa.
Very good.
Thank you much.
Thank you so much. Kisesa is the inside of a papyrus reed. When you remove the cover of the papyrus, which is very rough, it can cut you. It is very rough. Then what is inside is a Kisesa. Now, some young people there are taking those Kisesa and making sanitary pads out of them. There. And also paper. You remember Egypt was the first country in the world to make paper. And they were making it from papyrus. So even now, those people are making, again, paper from papyrus. So they are making sanitary pads, but also paper. So there you have the whole area. And I've been telling people, we started telling you some years ago that these courses you are selecting in university, because you want a degree, you should be careful. You should choose either something you like, but knowing very well that it may not get you a job, but you like it. You study it. If you study Latin, sanctum sanctum, oh, fine. And you get a degree in Latin. Where would you work? But if you like Latin and you qualify in it, but you are ready to come and do other things, because education is education, even if you are qualified in a social science, because of the education exposure, you can do other things. You can do business, you can do agriculture. That agriculture we are talking about, you can do it in a better way. So, once you have that qualification, or you don't have, but the areas of productivity are here: commercial agriculture, manufacturing. Those have just handled a few, but there are so many. Maize milling, the milk products, we've got a lot of milk here. The bananas, the fibers, banana fibers, ebirere, nebigogo, nenkonya. All those are raw materials of whatever you want. We are now going to develop a project of emigano, bamboo, in the other areas, the other hills of Rwampara and Singo and so on. Because To make very good paper, we need, you can use bamboo. And we are now importing paper. You can imagine Uganda is importing paper. I think $200 million or something. But we shall make all those paper here, all that paper here. And many people can grow the bamboo and we process it. So therefore, number one, commercial agriculture. Number two, processing. Then there is services. Some of you are already active in services, hotels, tourism. We have been studying the issue of tourism. This area is very good for tourism. And some other parts of Uganda are good. We have been working on the tarmac, on the roads for tourism, but we are now refining our thinking because some of the tourists are very rich people. They don't have time to waste to come and land in Entebbe and drive 400 kilometers to come here. So we are thinking of developing international airports near some of the tourist sites, like Chidepo, Kasese, for Queen Elizabeth, somewhere near Bwindi, whether we do it on the Chi side or what. Kisoro is there, but Kisoro, those mountains, I don't know how good they are for the aircrafts, big aircrafts. So we are going to work on that also, so that we capture the tourists who want to come and drive and see the whole country, and the ones who want to come with their private planes, land, see, and go away. So you, as the youth, you should look at these options. Then ICT, Dr. Mariamus is working on that. There are jobs known as BPOs, business processes outsourcing, where you can be here as an accountant in Kabale and you help somebody in Canada check his accounts books, and you send the work on the internet and you are paid here. But also other electronic innovations. I was very happy to see a young person there from Bara University. There was a group who have made an electronic monitor for the body, to monitor blood clots and so on. We are going to support all those. We are going to support you. We shall support you with the government funds. Then there is the knowledge economy. Because this processing and so on, we are using old technology, old science. But your people, are very well educated. Like yesterday, I was having a meeting with our scientists in NARO, National Research Organization, who have discovered a vaccine against the ticks. We are going to roll it out. They are already checking it, we are going to roll it out. Now, that knowledge economy, our scientific cadres, those ones I don't have to talk too much about to them because they know what to do. And they are already doing it. They are making the electronic vehicles, electric, not electronic, electric vehicles. They are making, working on electric batteries, on the pathogenic economy, like the vaccines and so on. Those ones, the debt is on the side of the government to give them enough money and promptly, not wasting their time. So therefore, we should have a population of wealth creators. This is very crucial for you to understand, because you can have a population of leisure seekers. Abarukunda okwetanyagura. In the world, it's known, like for instance, the biggest economy in the world now is the United States, followed by China, followed by Japan. Japan is a small country. It's not such a big country. But they are very hard-working people. They have got a culture of hard-working. The Japanese are known, they are hard workers. That's how their country came from defeat in the Second World War. It has now been the second richest economy in the world until China overtook them because of size. China has got size. But the Chinese are also very hard workers. The Germans. So, you, the youth of Uganda, what are you going to be? Nyondi omukozi. Nyowe omnyeto gwa nyumwabazi. The former youth. I am a hard worker. Wherever you put me, I will work. I will deliver. Okuri sente, okuhinga, okurwana, whatever you want, I am available. So therefore, the youth movement, because this is the youth council, women council, elia akakiuka kanja kabagurusi n'abakayikuru akanango minister wetu aliyaho minister of the elderly Jidudu. These councils are not really for implementation as such, because the implementation is being done by the government structures. You have the parish, that's an implementation unit, a sub-county, a district, a ministry. These are the implementation units. These councils, why we set them up, were mainly ideological and mobilization units to spread ideas. Imumria waburuzi benjiri abokati mukwasa kuza kutarana na district, aboka district niyo kutomo nkora, egomboro niyo kutomo nkora, omuruka guri yaho ati ebyo kuza kuteka no kwihura tokuja kubizamu kokuza kubizamu no rubato musafuriya z'abandi, but ogwawe no kuburira enjiri ukwetegeza enjiri ya NRM okajiburra. This is the work of the councils. Sensitization. So what are you sensitizing the youth about? I see you sensitizing dancing in mpaka chini. Okay, is that all you are sensitizing them about? Japan have you ever seen Japanese in night clubs? I don't know. Do they go to night clubs, Japanese? I don't know. So, what is, in fact, I'm sorry I've not been interacting with the youth so closely, but now I will take more time. What is the content of the message? What is the content of the message of the youth movement in Uganda? What is the content? Abatsigazi numbarisa ki ekigambo ekyokulisa. So the economy is doing well. As I said in my statement, the five sectors are doing well. The private sector is doing a good job, but the problem has been corruption in the civil servants and the politicians also, which you should fight, because the youth movement, because the youth council should see those corrupt people and expose them. That will be part of your work, because you are in the society. You can see what's happening. Now, regarding this area, as you can see, this area is very productive, but we have not yet harmonized it. It can be more productive. I introduced a pilot project in Rukiga, near Muhanga, where somebody was growing apples and was irrigating from the swamp. Apples. What I was trying to tell our people here is that use the water in the valley to irrigate the hills. Those hills should be green all the year round because there is water down here. But we have not fully harmonized on that. Therefore, the area here is underutilized because you are only using the rain. You wait for the rain. But if you understand my vision, you don't have to wait for the rain, you can irrigate. The valleys can be granary for water, then you irrigate the hills through pumping, through solar pumps like the one I had put at near Muhanga. When I come back for the country, for the zonal tour, we shall discuss more about that. These areas can produce all the year round through rain and irrigation. We are now using only half of the year. When it rains, that's when we produce. But why not irrigate? Nahurana muhimbisa kamuntu. Kokanye nebizbana kamuntu. Kumra hore entaro kono kamuntu kana mtanye ngumugurisi yabata. Kamuntu natunde embire omuntu owahinga embire azhanuka zibe mineke anyuka ayamushande kanta garikiraho eshande agitomuruyina ergama rwagwa nangwa abamutu bagarikiraho nibatekana rwagwa nayo bahamu kariya akariko bayitira kimwe kariya kamweja mbona atika muntu wena tune mbire zanje mbona ka muntu nansisira eshande ansisira rwagwa abanyankuru ko kugeta bageta rwagwa ansisira rwagwa ansisira nakajya akarukira ko bayita munongo mbona ka muntu mugambire ngurga rugahambira zo mugurusa abo kuba factory indi kuba leta ro mu Rwanda atumwe no gumtsigaza natwara obutare abuyiho mwitaka abutwara abaheru babano banyuka babano bahamurwagwa esente zona ezirkweyongeraho emirimo babano bagitwara hato gumtsigazi kwari kutwara obutare bamuhereza dora anana mshanju burutani ati taneje wajikora mwe byoma noyongera kacyo ubutare nka 1.4 tons oyihamudora nka rukaga ninga rushanju mbona natsisira mugandara keraho ka muntu na tufiriza sente atufiriza emirimo nicyo ngwenda factory bahata abarukwija kuomba ka factory abashikira hino bayi tugambire abahisize arona bandi abakutwara Wolfram bakayitwara handi Wolfram egiye ko yo munanga abona bano batsisira what am I explaining? Yes, abantu abari kutuma unkorana bahi
Your Excellency, abantu abiwakolenga nabo kandi abali hihi okutaho factory ikorero ly'obutale n'aba modern steel hata ituri kugambira bali ha stage yo kutunga license eyo kumayininga rero kubaraheze batandike
so ka muntu rekera okutwara embire zeitu what I was explaining, you see our language is more efficient. English, they say iron ore. They don't have a word for iron ore. But what they call iron ore, we call it obutare. Obutare is what the English call iron ore. That's why you hear some, even in Rwanda, there is a place called Butare. That means there is iron ore there. So we have got very high grade iron ore here. It is the best in the world. The second best is in Peru, because this one is 70% pure. The one of Peru is about 60%, 50%. So for a long time we have been looking for an investor to build an integrated steel industry from obutare iron ore to steel. We have now succeeded, and I'm telling them that those who have been trying to export unprocessed iron ore should stop, because they are making us lose money and lose jobs. So I want to end. I heard about the loan scheme. What the youth leader was saying. The loan scheme, we support it, but the money was not renewed this time because of the problems we had, the temporary problems of Corona, the war in Ukraine, but that scheme will be replenished. But what we did, I think we said, no new ones, but the old ones must continue being supported. But it was a temporary measure. About the 4 billion, I was embarrassed to hear that somebody took away the 4 billion from the youth councils. It will be brought back. Some of these people are shameless. How do you find somebody with very little and then you take away the very little? It's not common sense. So finally, I thank the UN and the family of the UN for their support for some of our programs. I'm coming back in this area to discuss in more detail our wealth creation. So this time we came for the youth. Twaletwa eminyeto mwareba abasirikare nibakumba mwashemerwa nimwebare kwija baingi ranga bampera omugisha.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President. Thank you for giving us time. And can we stand and do the anthems? Parade Commander.
Parade! Go through! Sra Pekane Week! Parade! Salam Sarai! Eshma Top!
Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Uganda, huo ndio mwisho wa gwaride. Naomba kutoa gwaride uwanjani, Mheshimiwa Rais.
We can take our seats and we wait for the parade commander to march off the colors, and we shall also for the parade commander to march off the parade.
Rais.
People to remain in the tent, group by group. Otherwise, if you tell them our group is behind, they will cause a stampede there.
On your screen.